Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Wednesday, um, December 3rd, and we are just before 11 p.m., which here in Central Time is the time where, games, like, pass midnight Eastern Time and thus come out. In other words, Metroid Prime 4 is about to come out, like, in, under 7 minutes. Like, just over six, really. Cool, isn't it? I'm gonna play some in like 6 minutes. So until then, we'll just talk about stuff. And if you're watching the VOD later, you can always use the timestamps, or you can hear me like say hello and talk about what my thoughts are going in. How's it going? Let's play some music. We got some music here. Appropriate music from Metroid Prime 2. How about that? Does that sound good? Does that need to be higher? I should have checked this, but was coming in a little bit hot. Yeah, I'll crank it a little bit. Sure, why not? Anyway, a little less. There we go. We'll go with that. Anyway, Metroid Prime 4 is about to come out. It has had somewhat of a rocky time in the last few weeks, as the hype cycle has neared completion, as like 7-8 years of waiting have come to an end. Like 2 weeks ago, especially, there was a bunch of hot news about like that McKenzie motherfucker and how like escort missions and like out of place humor seems to be kind of core to the game and the experience. That sounds rough. There's also been a few other news stories as like reviews and other details have come out last few days, like last 2 days, like in particular. Like, and two I will point out here is one, there apparently is no music in the desert area, and the only way to get music is if you have the amiibo. You can plop that on. Or you can do what I'm doing now and just like hit a button and you'll hear some music on your I might play some music over those portions because I do not have that amiibo, and apparently even though I have an NFC card, the information is not currently available such that I can fudge it, so I can't even test that feature. Instead, maybe we'll just listen to Metroid Prime 2 music. Or we could also listen to this instead, if y'all would prefer. If y'all will prefer. Which would you like to roam the desert with? Another option, of course, would be YouTube. If you're playing at home, yeah, just put on a YouTube video on your phone. That'd be fine. Honestly, I don't know I will play this game like full attention style when I'm off stream. Honestly, that's not... I don't do that often. Honestly, mostly I just, put on a House MD or something, TV, etc. Also, will that even loop? That, you know what, that Wii music might be too short, actually. One more piece of, like, concerning news, which is that apparently there is no post-game. If we go into the point of no return, when you go into the point of no return, you're not returning to get 100% of everything, which is weird in a game from, 2025. Feel like that lesson was figured out more than 20 years ago. Like, that sort of thing ended over 20 years ago, so what's up with that? I don't know. Keep that in mind when you play it. When you get to the point of no return, copy your damn save, lest you lose it forever. Or, have to start over if you want to, completion. That all is kind of concerning, but honestly, the news out of the reviews generally isn't bad. Like, on average, seems like people are coming at it with, like, a 4 out of 5, and, like, personally, I'm not a big carer about aggregates. I don't give a shit. I'd rather go in and form my own opinion, and also, like, if there's anyone I listen to, it's specific people at specific outlets. And Dan Reichert at Giant Bomb, my favorite streamer at my favorite outlet, gave it a 5 out of 5. Probably the only 5 out of 5 it would seem, it feels like, just looking around. And he really liked it, apparently. I haven't read the review because I like to go in blind when we have a stream like this, going as blind as humanly possible. So, you know, all that to say, I am concerned about like 3, 4, 5 little things. The 3 things that have been mentioned, and I feel like there's additional things that I'm worried about that I can't really put to words. I feel like there'll be more issues if all the hubbub, negativity, etc. is any indication, but then again, there is some positivity as well. Some people have said that it rules, specifically the people whose opinions I care about most, so there you go. We're just like a minute out, I'll say. Before the stream, I realized I didn't know where my mouse dealies were, but right before we went live, I had a blast of inspiration and went like, oh crap, I know. When I traveled last time, I put them in the small travel size bag, so I do have my my mouse controls ready to go. I can absolutely do some mouse type stuff. We will test both ways. I will do it on the seat of my love seat. We can absolutely do some mouse gimmick. Honestly, the sensitivity could be higher. Can you turn the sensitivity up? They're like mouse sensitivity options. Systems, audio. Seriously though, I would love to turn the sensitivity up a bit. Where exactly would that be? There's no time. There's no time. Bet. Controllers and accessories. Mount sensitivity high. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. That feels better on the old couch here. It is 11 p.m. Turn off the music. Folks, it should be time now to launch this thing. It should be time, but, you know, there's always some weirdness around the actual time, so let's just keep on clicking, keep on checking. Meantime, I can vamp more. I'm excited. I'm curious. I am looking forward to the day when, you know, it is very lucky that this game came out on, the Switch, the original Switch, because otherwise, I don't know that they could make a randomizer for it with the, you know, Switch 2 having better, like, yeah! Stuff that prevents you from ripping it and modding it and doing other things as much as you please. Have people modded Mario Kart already? Maybe that's not really as much of a concern as I think, but I feel like people have been saying that the Switch 2, it'll be a while until you can emulate it, but maybe you can still mod and do randomizers and stuff. Okay, let's go. I'm going to use this controller to start. And after we get through like tutorial land, we'll try out some mouse controls, motion controls, etc. Metroid Prime 4. It's out, it's ready, it's here, let's go. Let's do it. It's time. It's been a long time coming. Holy shit. Give me quality, and stop changing the settings so that my TV has to blink every time and go like, ah, what? Just keep it on whatever it's got now. It's perfectly good. I'm gonna crank the audio for now, and we'll try to roll with the punches. How's this sound? Would be louder. Hard to judge, I think. Let's keep it yay. How is it? You can hear me fine? You can hear the game fine. I think this is... Go with this. Yeah, let's go. And we might need to adjust further as we get into it. I can barely see either of them, honestly. So I think default is fine. How about the A? Yeah. I would like... Let me see. So there's the dual stick fusion. Use L and R for movement. Motion or mouse for aiming. I would like... Let me see. Get all these settings here. We got the subtitles on, tutorials on, sure. Whatever. Yeah, put it in the middle. Believe the settings pretty much default. Honestly, I would like to move forward by pushing the stick forward, turn left and right by left and right on the stick, and have like beam controls on the right stick, like in Metroid Prime 1 and 2. Metroid Prime 3 is sort of a different thing, you know. Adjust the mic a little bit. I think, let's go with mouse, let's go with normal. Rather have mouse controls than motion controls, I think. You know, I do really like the motion controls in, like, the Zelda games, but... It is X9, apparently. Samus is determined to defeat, No, Stylus is determined to defeat Samus. And to that end, he's gonna do something. It is believed that the space pirates are being controlled by Metroids. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, I guess... Have Metroids ever been evil? Like, Phazon's been evil. The people who have been, like, trying to exploit Metroids have been evil. And they've, you know, ended up in a... They bit off more than they can chew type situation. But as far as I understand, the Metroids... It was probably the wrong decision to, like, drive them to extinction on their home planet in Metroid 2. That was a bad decision, and as a result, the X came about, and that was multiple further disasters. Also, they continue to exist in some capacity. This is going to be a whole intro gimmick. From what I understand, this is very much like Metroid Prime, 3, where it starts off with an extended action intro. You know, when there's a randomizer of this whole sequence is going to be cut the fuck out. You know, you're just going to start where you're on the mysterious planet. Everything has all vibes and chill and good. I also hope / suspect that the randomizer will cut out all the NPCs. Or make them into a hint system. Maybe you run into the one, and he's like, "Hey, Samus, the jungle area is bearing this seed. Thank you, goodbye." Who can say? Who can say? Also, who can say, like, when, how fast, etc. people can or will make a randomizer for this? There's, like, Dread randomizers. There's plenty of Switch randomizers, so, you know, it's not like they can't. Okay, here we are in game. We got settings. Hey, can I, you got like a, let me see now. You got like a, classics controls? Wait, what? Turn on advanced mode. No, that's not what I want. What I want is to have the classic controls where I, move forward and back, sort of have tank controls. Can I do that? Please? No? Can you seriously not do classic controls on this? You gotta do the, hang on, what about pointer fusion? No, it's still left stick is just strafing, and if you want to turn, you gotta be like, no, that's not what I want either. I mean, this is the most classic controls option. How's the audio, by the way? I'll take it down a scotch. This is the most classic of options right now, because this is just like Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, and also the Wii collection versions, which I do not recognize. To me, the GameCube versions are the versions. But, kind of disappointed, honestly. I want the good old-fashioned classic controls. Sad. Wait. What about camera? What's that? Stick sensitivity. Mouse sensitivity. No, you can't, none of that is like, hang on. Revised lock-on free aim. No, that's not what I want. Enable mouse controls, auto, spring, yes. Really, one more time. Like, no, nothing in gameplay, nothing in video audio, of course not. Yeah, you just don't have the classic controls. This feels weird. I think it's weird to play Metroid with a right stick, left stick situation. That's bizarre to me. I went through Remastered, and Remastered, on the other hand, has the classic controls.
What are these pirates looking for? They came out of nowhere. How'd they get the drop on us?
Hey, storm tripping. Okay, also worth noting, you can use right trigger to do the shooting. So that makes the twin stick controls a little more okay. I was about to say, like, shooting with the A button while also looking around with the right stick. That just feels bad.
We're holding our position, but the artifact is at risk. We need immediate help.
I'm so surprised there's no classic controls.
Command needs you to secure a sensitive artifact.
Okay.
Coordinates now.
I've done that before. I got lots of artifacts, Chozo artifacts. Oh boy, we're gonna learn about the scan visor. Is it left on the D-pad like in the original games? I'm gonna be annoyed if it's right on the D-pad and I have to rework my whole goddamn muscle memory. It's not on the D-pad at all! Wait, what? How do I start? X. X? Okay.
We'll hold position here.
That's completely different. Muscle memory-wise. How's the audio, by the way? Now that we're running around and shooting dudes. Oh, jeez, I keep on having to look around. Yum yum, says Storm Trippin'. I think that means it's good. Y to enter Morph Ball. Also, I would rather have the shoot be on B rather than the jump, I think. I feel like jump should be on Y, GameCube style, you know, just insofar as like how a GameCube controller is configured. To that end, let me modify this stuff. Maybe a pinch more? Okay, I could give a pinch more. Let's edit the controls. I want Morph Ball to be on... Wait, yeah, A for Morph Ball. Jesus. B for... Oh, you have to, like, select... You don't hit the button to choose. You have to, like, navigate over to it. So, A for Morph Ball, B for Shoot, Y for Jump. I feel like Switch Visors is more of a start thing, but sure, leave it on X. I don't know what actually is the start function. Are you on Joy-Cons? I will switch to Joy-Cons later, but I'm just gonna go, like... Figured, like, just doing some twin stick stuff to start with would be cool. That said... Like, I really hope they patch in good old-fashioned, classic controls. Really hope they patch in good old-fashioned classic controls. I just like playing Metroid Prime with its, default configuration. Maybe we should switch. Maybe mouse controls would be more pleasant than this. We can also remember to scan enemies and find out things like, yeah, that's a space pirate. Dead now. Morph Ball mode, very standard. Hang on, let's switch real fast. Let's switch. I got my Joy-Cons right here. I got them in their grip doodle. Let's just go ahead and try some of that. Gotta get into a more comfortable position. Trying to think. Why is bomb? That's your... Oh, I guess you changed the... I'm confused because A is shoot by default. Y by default is... I'm a little confused by the controls and stuff. Alright, these are mouse controls. Yeah, these are mouse controls, alright. Hello.
They're throwing themselves at the hangar. We can't let them through.
Okay, we can't let them through. Oh, I gotta shoot using the gimmick. Using the mouse gimmick. We gotta do that again. Is this really a thing where every time we see this gate we have to scan it and then do a minigame? I don't know that we need to do that. That sounds more cumbersome than, say, you know, the motion control minigames in Metroid Prime 3. I guess this is also can be motion controls or can be mouse controls, which are also gimmicks that they want to show off. And indeed, you drag your mouse around and in so doing aim at people. Oh no, there's a naughty Metroid getting in and controlling dudes. I wonder if we'll see like the upgraded Metroids, you know, like the older Metroids, like in 2, right? Like, isn't that thing about the Metroids, they have like stages of life? I don't know what stage of life is becoming weak points on a bigger dude. Definitely easier to jump and do things of that nature while using the mouse control, but big part of that is just that they, you know, changed the way that this game plays to make it less like Metroid Prime and more like a shooter. I mean, I guess I'll say, like, when you're locked in, when you're locked on, you're still strafing by default, you know, going in a big circle around a dude. So, you know, that's the same as before. I'm kind of surprised, like, how much this takes from specifically... Also, I should scan this dude real fast. I'm kind of surprised by, like, how much this takes after Metroid Prime 3 in specific, with, like, the aiming at weak points, and, with the aiming at weak points as, like, a central mechanic, at least in this first fight. Who could say, whole game-wise, you know, I kind of thought in that first, in Metroid Prime 3, it's like, okay, that's cute and all, but, like, the purity of Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3, or 1 and 2, that's where it's at. I don't know, maybe people who played the Wii version have a different take on it and are more fond of, like, oh, being able to aim independently when you're strafing. I don't need that. We shot him in the weak spots. Now he's got a new extra weak spot. Kind of weird to use the buttons on the side of a mouse in this way. Kind of feels a little bit weird. But I'm managing just fine. And if that isn't a vote of confidence for a control scheme, I don't know what is. Manageable. Manageable. Show me your weak points. First weak points are back. And he's also lobbing green at us. Stop grabbing us. We have like an energy tank to start with, apparently. So far, I haven't seen, you know, I haven't looked that closely at any of the reviews, so I don't know what the take is as far as difficulty goes. But, like, so then, like, difficult? Not difficult? Where did it end up, I wonder? So far, we have been doing just fine and are, like, at over 75% health, no matter how many times he grabs us and does like 2 damage. This guy is kind of a pushover. Like, I don't even have to dodge his attacks, I don't think. I'll be fine. I have plenty of missiles, too. I have plenty. I have, 17, apparently. No, I don't have to dodge. I just have to do the damage, apparently. Video game. This guy's not tough. This guy's a pushover. Samus has to get a new eye, is the thing that's about to happen soon. She has the psychic powers. Y'all seen this from, like, the trailers? That's a scene that's been in trailers. Stylus from Metroid Prime Hunters. Parentheses, the worst Metroid Prime game. Lovely. Well, I'll say he wasn't the problem. You know, the problem was just the game sucked. But, I don't know, man. I feel like I wouldn't hang my hat on fucking Stylus. I'd think of a new dude. Someone who is better than Stylus. I've heard that some amount of, like, the decisions, as far as, like, what to put in this game, a lot of that was passed down from, Bandai Namco or whoever was working on it. Was it Bandai Namco who had the first crack at it? So, you know, probably a lot of these decisions were locked in really early before anyone could think, was it a good idea? I think that was the tutorial. I think we're now, like, not in tutorial land so much. We're, like, in the actual setting of the game. We're near the Chrono Tower. Which, yeah, that's... I don't know how to say this, but, yonic is the term. I like Volvic. It's a little bit more, paints a picture in the mind a lot more readily. There's some real Volvic architecture here going on in this world. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's just... Yeah. I wonder how many more examples of that we'll see tonight. Let's find out. Let's play the game. I'll switch to stick mode now. Little ball came out of the door to scan us and you know, see if we're good to go. And apparently we're good to go in. My understanding is that there has been abilities this whole time. We're about to lose some equipment and all that. That's so far so normal. I'm really gonna have to get used to the using the sticks or the mouse to get around. Like, when I'm holding it like this, I feel like I should be able to use motion controls. Let me turn on motion control. Can I do both motion and mouse depending on wait a minute. Can I use both? Wait, I can't use both, can I? I can't use the stick and also occasionally... So there's pointer fusion, which, yeah, it's just pointer or mouse, one or the other. But you cannot use the right stick if you're using pointer controls. That's shit. That's a bad decision. Bad job, people involved. Why can't you... These control schemes are shit. Oh, wait a minute. Ah! Enable motion controls. I found it. Okay. Never mind. Good job. Good job, people who made it. I mean, it could be a little bit more still if I'm just holding the thing still. I don't need it to be, like, all jittery and stuff. Like, that's not good. But, some amount of can I stabilize? Let me just actually check the... I mean, I could turn default or linear. Well, I would like it. Let me try linear. So I think linear is like Linear means that you can only move so much. So if you're like going far distances, you'll go farther on the non-linear, and that honestly feels better. But it does also seem more stable at lower sensitivities. Oh, wait a minute. That's not that's the mouse sensitivity. And, apparently I don't have the bombs anymore. I can't set the, morph ball bombs. Okay, whatever. Let's just make do with both, then. So far, I'd say these controls are a little less flexible than I was led to believe based on previews. We don't have a double jump anymore, by the way, if you're wondering. Hey, let me in. Let me in the regularly shaped door guy. Do I need to scan your button? Maybe I need to scan this button here. Need to put a something or other in there. So far, I'd say that I really wish that the classic controls had been maintained. I mean, I'm probably gonna be saying that until I finish this game. Like, when the randomizer gets made, I hope that the people making it just literally mod in some GameCube controls. I don't care. Like, I do not know how you do, like, the individual aiming, but, like, I don't know, most controls then? This does feel a little funky and slow. If you just, if I give me the Wii U. Tell you what, give me the Wii controls. Yeah, let's go with the Wii controls. Fuck it. Let me open doors by myself. I want to go free range and shit. Little orb dude. Yonic. Is that guy making a bridge? Do I need to shoot it? Yeah, this is like the most... What do you want me to do? Analysis says I don't know. The door is locked behind me. There's no alternate paths. I can scan a statue. What does the scan say? It says, I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about this. No, I got nothing, is what the scan says. And the big statue is out of scanning range, but I bet what it would say is, I don't fucking know. Why are you asking me? Oh, there's the little dude there. Were you waiting for me to scan you? What was he waiting for? Weird opening area. Just let me wander around and kill enemies and find Morph Ball. Actually, I already have Morph Ball. Let me find the Morph Ball bomb. and the boost ball, and the spider ball, and plasma beam, things of that nature. Ice beam. Ice beam would be nice. I don't need a dream sequence, honestly. You know, this isn't Mass Effect 3. I hope. I do not care. Just let me. I seem to be on an endless empty plane with nothing in it. It kind of looks like I'm moving. I can't scan. There's a weird alien. Hello. Go to the light, I guess? These guys are no Umos. Or, Silent Beak, or... What's that guy's name from, Dread? Cool Talon. Sharp Beak. Flaps. We've unlocked an eye. I mean, I guess I can't criticize that. Well. Yeah, we got the Psychic Crystal. I guess I can't complain because, like, you know, Silksong has similar, you gotta do some dumbass crap to unlock, like, an important move type things a couple of times. And, like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Honestly. Okay, so now that we have psychic abilities, we know what things are in this world, and we can interact with them, and we know what things are now. That's great. No more waiting around for dumbass drone to open doors for us. We can now just shoot them with our regular ass beam. Maybe our beam is psychic now too. It looks a little bit purpley. Is it a magic beam? Who can say? Alright, well, this is good. We're starting to get somewhere. We are starting to get somewhere, folks. Is there a way to, like, reset the tilt of, like, the Joy-Con? I don't know. Probably doesn't matter, it's fine. I'm just kind of curious is all. Oh, if you hold down R when using the motion controls, it, like, locks you into place. Seems like. Like, using the ZL locks you into, like, aim mode and makes it so your camera won't tilt. And doing this, like, doing ZR sort of, like, centers your thing, so, you don't move it around. I guess if you're fighting an enemy and it's just, like, center screen, you don't have to worry about, like, moving your thing around if you use that, button. It's honestly not bad. It kind of seems like the motion controls are the best way to play this game so far. Mostly because it doesn't have Metroid Prime 1 or 2 controls. But still. I found a Phantom Spider Ball track. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not a Spider Ball track. It's a Psychic Spider Ball track. that you have to navigate with a psychic spider ball. Very different from the regular spider ball. I wonder if there's both. I wonder if there's both a spider ball and a psychic spider ball. Are these, like, ways of getting to the various worlds? Like, is this, like, a short fast travel hub for, like, once you get some items? Hello, chat. His name was literally Chat. What's up? You know, this is... Let him speak. This is some very Metroid Prime type stuff. We're speaking with a weird alien whose world seems to have died or something. And, we're gonna have to help him out by doing a bunch of stuff. In a lonely, dead world, all by our lonesome. Excellent. Good. There's 5 major collectibles, which imply, like a Metroid Prime 2 situation, a number of different worlds we'll be traveling to, except it'll be 5 rather than 3, like in Prime 2 and, like in Prime 2 and 3. I have to scan something to grab it. Teleportation field. Maybe the scan visor, it has like multiple uses. Like unlike the original. Hey, Rock Party. How you doing? Contact instantly transports objects. Says right there, contact instantly transports objects to the location designated by its creator. Oh, A button. Hit A button. Okay. That wasn't showing up. I was confused for a second. I need not be. This is good so far, I guess. You know, I'll say like it's been kind of a tutorial, but, you know, it's similar to the tutorials like Metroid Prime 2, Metroid Prime 3. And so far, if anything, it reminds me of Metroid Prime 2, where you're all by your lonesome. There's a weird alien who's sent you on a mission. And they're like, what's up, my world's dead. Or, anyway, the people are. And, go have a moody adventure in a atmospheric world full of wonder and lyso casks. Things that you shoot to get your energy back. Very classic Metroid Prime. I'll say again. I guess now is a great time, probably, for a timestamp, considering that we're, like, out of what appears to be the basic tutorial areas, the plot area. That area was another tutorial area. There was, like, no gameplay. Now we're, like, actually in the wild. We have a... Well, we had a map before, but there's, like, wilderness now. Presumably we'll be encountering a monster. I say a monster. A creature? We're going room to room, we're opening doors. This is Metroid, ass Metroid. We're in it. Hello, weird ball. A homing spore. It's moody, a little bit quiet. Music just started. Perfect. You know, I can put on my Joy-Con grips real fast. Welcome to Fury Green, everyone. That's a good name. That's a good name for a zone, world, etc. Let me put on my Joy-Con situation. There. Now I'm ready for motion controls. Really didn't expect motion controls to be my go-to here, but again, they don't have classic controls. They don't have the use the left stick to move and to aim on a basic level. I know those controls are anarchic as hell. They're antiquated. They're not correct, but like that's how I play these games. And by God, I don't feel like learning a new way to play Metroid Prime 20 years later. Fuck off. You're making a new one, not reinventing the wheel. I mean, I guess really it's more like adopting the wheel that has been invented like 20 years ago, around the same time as the first Metroid Prime in the Halo. But, I like the way Metroid Prime controls. I do. And I feel like one of Metroid Prime Remaster's biggest problems is that you couldn't make the controls exactly like the old games. And this game, you can't adjust them, so it's not like you can put the buttons where they go, but still can't adjust it perfectly. Speaking of, I'm realizing right now that this isn't how I map the buttons. One second, let me. I need to change the buttons for this control scheme. I want shoot on B. I want jump on Y, and I want morph ball on A. GameCube controls, basically. Where's the missile button? Sub-weapon on R? Yeah, that's what I need missiles on X. That's where missiles go. You had a PlayStation gift card, so you grabbed Sonic Racers. So far, it's not so shabby. I haven't played, I don't think, a Sonic racing game since Transformed. Transformed was really good. Transformed was a, hell of a game there. I'm assuming that I don't want to, like, map it to my D-pad, the scan visor. I'm gonna want to, like, use it for stuff. R is fine. This is so weird. It feels like a Wii game, like 20 years later. Like, obviously, you can't do GameCube controls, so you can't make it feel like a GameCube game, and I'm really annoyed by that, but, like, because you can still use pretty much exactly the Wii controls, it's like, I'm turning by swiping the screen to the side, just like the old days. The right stick does nothing, just like the days where there was no right stick, you know. It's wonky. Just gonna have to get used to it. I am curious, like, how this is gonna go, like, when I say, you know, try to play this portable style. You know, am I going to just have to get used to the... I mean, I guess, like, when you're doing it portable style, you literally can't mouse and keyboard. I mean, you can't mouse and stick. You also can't use motion controls quite so easily. So, like, the stick controls is all that you will have playing it portably. Unless there's touchscreen controls, I don't think that there are. And even if there were, it'd be, it'd be booty. That'd be a bad way to play it. I like these enemy designs. Kind of want to map the scan. Hang on. I can't change the menu from minus. I feel like scan visor. Wasn't scan visor the minus button on the scan button? The visor switching was on minus on Wii U, on the Wii. So it's kind of a shame that you can't put the menu on like start and make your visors minus, but whatever. I'm sure any amount of control configuration is a headache. What is that? Looking for some psychic energy. Oh, it just wants to be scanned. First new item. I'm definitely curious, like, how non-linear this gets. How much exploration is the thing. I got my psychic glove. Switch to the psychic visor and do things with, like, triggers and stuff to manipulate objects. And I can grab stuff and throw stuff to solve puzzles. Okay. I mean, one thing I've seen some talk about the psychic visor. You know, I remember all the trailers being like, oh, you know, Samus has all these psychic abilities, and I was sort of curious, like, how that actually plays out. And because the psychic visor just seems to replace the basic scan visor, what it really feels like is just like, oh, we took the scan visor and added more, more to it. You can scan stuff, but also, if something has other interactable properties, instead of scanning it, you'll grab it and, like, throw it, and you'll use it to solve lightweight puzzles. You know, that's not bad, I guess. You know, really, there's no reason why the visors can't, like, be a sort of gear shift in the game, where you switch from one mode to the next, and now you have a completely different set of moves, like ducking in Banjo. Like ducking in Banjo-Kazooie. Or, ducking in Donkey Kong 64. I could have saved it. I could have said Donkey Kong 64. And it wouldn't have, been incorrect. Eh? What? I skip platforms. Also, it's just an easier way to be like, you scan a thing and something happens. Like, in this case, instead of like scanning a little terminal thing and making some ghost platforms appear, you scan the ghost platforms and that makes them appear. It sort of integrates the scan visor more neatly into gameplay. Actually, it's a smart thing that they've done. Hell yeah, okay. Smart. Smart. It's smart, everyone. And it makes sense if you think about it. These balls are coming at me. I don't know how you jump on a ghost platform. I assume you need to get like a ghost boots or something. It'd be cool if this game had like a Dark World type equivalence, or like, oh, you know, you can step into a alternate dimension real quick, like in Titanfall 2. Like, that would be a cool ability to have. And then you can almost have sort of like a lightweight, less scary Dark World situation where occasionally you can solve puzzles by seeing an alternate version of a world. That's probably too ambitious, and also they already did that in Metroid Prime 2. So here I can hold down both triggers and just, like, focus, and I don't have to aim because they're center screened. I guess, like, what really RZ is for is just, like, recentering the camera. You know, if your stick situation gets all out of whack. Is it weird to say, like, man, you know what button I wish that the map was on? It's on minus because the menu is minus and you can't change that. I really wish I could put it on R, the equivalent of GameCube Z, which, as you know, is where it was originally in the original games. You know what? I would just really like this to be just like the original games, honestly. You don't have to change a thing. You don't have to change a thing. It was one or two on the Wii, I believe. That, you don't have to emulate. There's literally no equivalent. C, I guess, would be the equivalent. The C button. Wait, what does it say? Cross-sectional consistency suggests precise machining. You really want to draw attention to its shape there? Really want to draw attention to its cross-section? I don't know, game. I don't know, game. It's cool. Apparently, like, a yonic sort of, Volvic sort of thing is very, like, Aliens or whatever, right? Like, very... Is that the movie series that's very yonic, very, like, you know, plays around with those shapes? It's very spacey, so it makes sense and is, a cool thing to do, but, I'm gonna say it. And now you're not gonna be able to unsee it. Mind you, it's, not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to see. I don't mind, you know, seeing it. In general. Not a thing I have a problem with personally. Who would? Honestly. You know, phallic things, you know, and fallacies, both. It's like, okay, no one wants to see that shit, you know, even those that have them, those that like them, you know, no one wants to see it. Generally, most of the time. Yonic stuff, on the other hand, Yonices, not bad. These doors are more like buttholes. They don't fit into the pattern. Also, that's really unlike any butthole I've ever seen. More like a little flap. Buttholes don't have flaps. Oh, I see. I need to, like, do a ball thing here with the scan visor. Oh, the statues have magic balls for us. We can grab a magic ball and put it in the ball hole. I need another ball. And there's one right there. See, it's smart design. You grab a thing from the environment, sort of extends the functionality of the scan visor in a natural way. This thing kind of looks like a X from the front. but not from the sides. There's multiple alien shapes in this. Eyeball! Eyeball is what this is like and what these doors are like. Less like other openings on the human body. Eyeball. Is there a word for, like, resembling an eyeball? Probably. It's probably, some, like, Dawn of Sorrow type, tracing here. Okay. More uses for the scan visor, basically. You can solve witness puzzles! That's right, folks. There's the witness in this. What is the best Metroid game? I think it's Metroid Dread. Personally, I'll say, like, I've always been a big fan of Metroid Prime 2 in particular. Like, if I were to say, like, my favorite Prime to this point, I would say, like, Metroid Prime 2 is my favorite. I do think that Prime 3 does take things in some pretty cool, exciting directions. Does have a lot of smart quality of life type stuff in it. But also Prime 3 has the motion controls, and they can be a little bit wonky. And also you do have to, like, jerk off a door, you know, on occasion. Which, I can do without, I say, having just, done a witness puzzle 2 minutes ago. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, we got a distress call. Oh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I think Metroid Prime 2 might be, like, my favorite, just, like, nostalgia-wise. But I do think I would admit that, that the Dread is the best 2T game and is, like, just an immaculate thing. You know, it's kind of tough, I'll say. It's kind of a tough game. Metroid Dread is a tad bit on the tough side. Maybe even too tough, let's say. That was, kind of annoying. I'll say that these are definitely extensions of what the scan visor can do, but also, like, I don't think... These resemble most the, motion minigames in, like, Prime 3, which is definitely the last thing I would have told anyone to take from the previous games. Like, I probably would have said, like, yeah, well, if it didn't have those games, those mini games and all that, it'd probably be the best one. If you didn't have to, like, jerk off a pumper thing, you didn't have to pump. You didn't have to go, like, to open a door on occasion. That was kind of annoying that you had to do that. And this game, low-key so far, Metroid Prime 4 seems like Metroid Prime 3, a sequel to that more than anything. Like, the best way to play it is with motion controls or mouse controls. It has the same sorts of, like, door unlocking minigames to it. It has enemies where you have to aim independently of your lock-on. It is hewing very close to Metroid Prime 3. I would say I kind of wish it was a little bit more like Prime 1 and 2, especially control-wise. I wish you had an option for, you know, the classic controls in addition to dual stick controls, but Metroid Prime 3 is pretty damn good, and I like to play it, so yeah. Also, yes, it does look really good visually. It is a great-looking game. It is running great on the Switch 2 here. Hope it runs good on the Switch 1 as well. I bet I will play it that way eventually, should randomizers become a thing for this, which I imagine they will do. Whoa, bam, get that bot out of there, out of the chat. That's not allowed. You think they must have considered doing the classic controls? Must have considered it. What's up? We're gonna get the missile to open that. Calling it now. That's a missile thing. Shit! Man, like, just immediately, the game's like, no. No, it's not. Dude. Just immediately wrong. Immediately wrong. Thanks, game, for telling me I, did not know what to do. It's true. Clearly, I had no idea. Good timing on that tutorial hint thing. Later, Storm Trippin'. You have a good one. Good fight and good night. Sometimes tutorials are... Oh boy! Oh, this is where a timestamp goes. We're about to meet McKenzie McSpuds or whatever the fuck. The wisecracking little shit that everyone has been talking about. This motherfucker.
Okay. What now?
So, up to this point, we've had a nice, moody, atmospheric, lonely time on an alien world.
I'll just stay right here. Try not to die.
Yeah, stay right there and don't move and don't come with me, is what I want you to do. This motherfucker, people have been talking about this and railing on the game because, this is... Hearing about this dude and how much of an escort mission is involved with him has just been a real concerning time. And, we shoot those with our charge beam.
I think it's working.
Stop saying things. Shut up.
Okay, that did not sound friendly.
This Joss Whedon wannabe motherfucker. This guy wants to be in a Marvel movie. This is not a Marvel movie. This is like an atmospheric good time. Look at these weird aliens. Let's scan them. He's gonna be like...
What are these things?
I'm trying to find out by scanning them. You'll, excuse me. It's a jungle griever. A griever variant of this area. It can leap to great heights and climb trees. It can jump through the air and climb on trees. Climb up trees? Man, it would be quite a coincidence if all these guys had, like, you know, you got to the next zone and it was like, these guys can inflate themselves just like a balloon. Which Kong is the one that can climb up trees? They can all actually, low-key, climb up trees. But one of them has it in their song, in their verses.
Oh no, there's too many of them.
Jump through, fly through the air and climb up trees? Is that Tiny Kongs? I think that might be Tiny Kongs. Actually. How's the volume been for this, action scene? Perfect! I think this is perfect volume. Maybe a little bit high. But, like, that's fine. You can hear me. And, really, even if I'm talking softly, you can still hear me. I'm a loud motherfucker, so, you know, it's all good.
Oh, great job. Now help me down.
Okay, but you gotta promise not to talk. Just Follow behind and don't die.
We're good.
You know what I liked about the original Metroid Prime?
I'm coming down.
No NPCs. That's probably the best thing about Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime 2 is also great in that area. There's like one NPC, and that's the perfect number, I think. Just a guy who's like, hey, what's up? Let me give you your overall quest. Let me bow to you every time you make meaningful progress. Umos isn't wisecracking. And Umos doesn't expect you to protect his dumbass from his own mistakes.
Shooting me isn't gonna get this to open any faster.
I wish it...
Please stop. Hey, watch it.
Let's shoot him in the dick.
If you really want to shoot something, maybe try that piston. Stop that.
He should go like, oh, my dick! My balls! He should really react to like, we're on the body, you shoot him. That'd be fun.
You're hurting me.
No, I'm not. Shut up. Fuck off. Little bits.
That'd be great.
I don't think so, buddy.
You're not funny. If you could stop, that'd be great.
I thought it was kind of funny. He should react more, though. He should, like, go like, oh, my nuts, my balls, my arm, my head. Been playing Fortnite a bunch recently, and that's a thing you do in the lobby, typically. You grab a gun, and then you shoot the other people in the head, and they, you know, they no-sell it a bit. They do exactly what this guy is doing, and just go like, they rock a little bit. This guy... Well, I hope McKenzie never fucking comes to Fortnite. That would be a crime, I think. You know, it'll be a big doing for them to get Nintendo characters at all, much less McKenzie. Much less McKenzie, the unpopular character everyone hates. Jar Jar, what's a word that rhymes with Binks? Let's workshop this a second. Jar Jar Clinks. Jar Jar.
Wild. Do you have a map to your objective?
Binks is already a stupid name. Jar Jar. And already in a sci-fi world. I don't need you to say nice. The game already did a boop 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 boop. That's the equivalent of nice, McKenzie. McKenzie, you gotta try no-selling a little bit. Just when something happens, don't react to it. McKenzie, no-sell challenge. Here, I'll let you have that one, McKenzie. Go wild. McKenzie, shoot it. Keep going, McKenzie. You got it. Attaboy, McKenzie. He's never gonna get it, is he? I'll kill it, I'll kill it. I wonder if this is one of those situations where, like, I'm just gonna kill it, McKenzie. This might be one of those situations where, like, no matter how much a NPC shoots something, it will never die. Custom blast. I think that'll be a morph ball bomb is what it's talking about. We need morph ball bombs for that. Excuse me while I stand in my save station, McKenzie. Anyway, hopefully this dude just I'll say the way that the audio is mixed, you can't really hear him half the time. It seems like the music is about the same volume as his dialogue just now, and that's gonna make it real nice and easy to ignore everything he says, I think. Especially if my dumbass is talking.
Thousands of years old.
No, it's probably a newborn. Could be very young tree. I'll say, by the way, it is now around midnight. I took a nap before the stream. Took a big long nap, like after work. Got like a couple hours of good quality napping in. I've been kind of tired, you know, having to. Hey, does this shape remind you of anything? It's all the same. It's always the same shape. This one even has a Yeah, that's what they call it. They call it a sacred space. That's exactly what the shape implies.
Wait, something's happening.
Shut up, McKenzie. I know. I know it. Also, nothing's happening. I need like a magic ball. I'm not gonna tell you what it says. It says it's a bridge or some shit. Move objects. Oh, okay. You gotta move the magic button down. This is not how it works. I'm pretty sure. Not to have like a Ben Shapiro type moment of ignorance, but I don't think they move down like that. Down all the way to the bottom middle. That's not how it works.
It's beautiful.
Wet ass door.
I'm just gonna stay out of your way.
Please. Please do that. Yes. Yeah, I definitely like having the missiles on X rather than on triggers. Just more Metroid Prime-y that way. I wonder if they'll patch like classic Metroid Prime controls. Like, is that something that people might be they might be convinced there's a demand for? Personally, I demand it. I do demand it. I demand the Metroid Prime controls. I would like them. Yes, please. Yes, please. But again, Metroid Prime 3 is prime enough for me. I've heard that if you don't save him, it's like game over, so we gotta like rescue his dumb ass. The idea of scanning a co-op partner to get them off the ground, I think that makes a lot of sense gameplay-wise. And honestly, in like a co-op shooter version of Metroid Prime, which this is not, that would make a lot of sense and be a pretty smart like application of the scan visor. But like, I do think gameplay-wise here, it is just it's just a thing that has been generally recognized to be annoying, having to worry about NPC health. You know, no one likes an escort mission. An escort mission where your escortee dies when you're not looking at them. There's never been a good one of those. Never. There's never been one that hasn't been given the side eye. Please tell me there's like a hub nearby that we can like leave him in I'm kind of curious, like, how much escort missions... I gotta assume that, like, when we're exploring the world and, like, finding the next place to go, it won't be like, oh, Mackenzie's following you as you explore and as you go for items and stuff. Instead, he's just gonna be, like, hanging out in some sort of, like, main hub area. Ancient Lamorne object. I need another ball to grab on. This thing has sockets for 2 motes. Again, with the shapes. Again. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and take that ball from... Oh, actually, you scan on the button to make it open like a flower. And then you can take the contents within the device and use it to open a door. I'm gonna have my pick of the litter as far as, like, you know, I come back here and put together, like, you know, I do the short form content, you know. I'm gonna have my choice of, like, yonic comparisons here. I'm gonna have my pick of the litter. Spoil for choices here. I bet I can edit together something that's funny and good and concise and, you know, quality. Control beam. Like in Control. So I've seen this one is like the is literally the
You found something for your suit, didn't you?
So this one is basically the what the fuck is that little guy from Skyward Sword? The little bug that you use the motion controls to fly around. Sure, why not?
That door just opened all by itself. I could upgrade my suit to do more fall. Wait.
I do wonder, like, as far as this is a little bit yonic. This isn't as much yonic as some of the other ones, but, you know, there's like the shape and then there's the top bit. You know, generally the position of that, etc.
No way. A Mark 99 mech? I'd recognize that frame anywhere. Mark 99 mech, this is Samus Aran. Bounty hunter? You know her. She's famous. You look very familiar.
I do wonder, like...
What are you doing here? I worked on her back at base.
Okay.
Take a few scans. Maybe we can come back here and get her. Poor baby.
Samus says nothing.
Torn apart.
She's not interested in talking to this fool. She's trying to have an atmospheric adventure. These guys thinking it's like a Marvel movie. Metroid Prime 3, you know, speaking of Metroid Prime 3, and this is kind of feeling like a sequel to that. Metroid Prime 3 kind of had a lot of that as well. A lot of, like, NPCs saying things, but for the most part, that's just, like, the intro. And then, like, later spoilers, you have to, you know, you run into them again, but they've been turned evil. And they serve as, like, major boss fights. And, like, most of the NPC stuff, therefore, is just either evil boss fights or talking to a mother brain They're called the Aurora units. And I don't think they're technically mother brains, but, yeah. Can I guide a psychic shot right into his butthole? He doesn't really react to the psychic blast as much as, like, the repeated regular blasts.
See? Button push. Pays off. But I do not know what to do next. So.
Oh, there's a limit to how many control shots you can do.
Ouch!
Yeah, he's not hurt by the control shots. He's only hurt by regular shots.
To me. Want to give it a try, Samus?
Yeah, dude, you just put your hand over it, and it does what it's gonna do, and that's it. It's not complicated.
You can interface with their tech, which means you can understand it, which means you've received translation data, which opens up a world of possibilities. Once I get this working, we can use this tech to our advantage. I just need remote access to your logs.
No, I don't consent to that.
Oh, this data chip. You think it'll work? Wow, that is fascinating.
Okay, fine.
We'll put this here.
I wonder if this plays better in, like, Japanese. You know, you hear things about, like,
This should do the trick.
in Japan, Metroid doesn't have the same popularity. They don't really understand its appeal.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
look at that!
You gotta wonder, like, if things like this is just like them going like, okay, we gotta make this a little more interesting. Try to sell it, you know?
Hey,
But, like, everyone, most people in the West, as far as I can tell, they're more partisan towards Prime 1, the game with the least storytelling, the least NPCs, the least dialogue, where everything is just a log, where, like, a guy used to be here, and then he died in a fire, and he was killed by the pirates, and you're just like, you know, environmental storytelling around. Then again, I mean, I guess I'll say, like, the Metroid Dread people, where are they located? Are they also American? Or, like, British or something? I gotta say, like, I feel like a lot of the proper Japanese-developed Metroid games try to integrate a lot heavier of story. You know, things like Other M, one of the worst games, don't you know? Terrible, terrible game. Probably one of the worst games I ever played, to the point where I just literally did not want to play more than... I bought it out of morbid curiosity, and it was just like, oh, you know what? I don't even want to play this, even if it's funny. Even if it's a curiosity. It's just shit. And also is full of just, like, some real dog shit writing, story, atmosphere, etc. Like, they really missed the mark with that. And, I mean, I'll say, like, at the very least, what you can say right now is that, like, Samus is very Samus here. They do nail that. They do got her character right, but also there's a bunch of... There's a much more dialogue than there needs to be, and from what I hear, like, even after you abandon this dude and, like, leave him in a hub-type area, he's still going to be, like, contacting you over comms. In fact, I think we might have abandoned him. Good! I think this is our base camp. Yeah, there's base camp right there, so... Excellent, excellent. Okay, folks. We have left Miles McKenzie, or whatever the fuck his name is. I think it's Miles McKenzie. We have left him behind at base camp, and now we can explore the world and have our atmospheric adventure. With some I'll note that he's not dead, unfortunately. But we don't have to escort him anywhere anymore, and you know, worst case, he'll radio us and be like, "Hey, did you try opening that door?" You know, he'll do like a wisecrack or something, and it'll be kind of annoying. You know, instead of like the detecting a Chozo device in the vicinity, instead the game will be like, "Hey Samus, it's me, Miles McKenzie. I've detected a Chozo device in your vicinity. You should go get it." You know, I'll say like I never really want to just be told. I don't think I really want to be told exactly where to go at any point unless it's like not obvious, unless it's like, "Oh, you need to go backtrack to the forest right now. You have to leave there." And that's all the detail we'll give you. But like, I'm not sure this new way will be better. I say new way, actually, I think earlier in the game we hit a button and it was like, "Yo, it's your objective's over there. Detecting comm signal." That's totally the old way. The old way is alive and well. Some of the old ways are alive and well. Metroid Prime 4. It's very Metroid Prime 3. Actually. Now, I have heard certain comparisons. What does he say? Wait, what is this? Is this like a upgrade system? Is he telling us about like a currency we're collecting to like... Is this like a skill tree situation? Hang on. I'm actually kind of curious because those stairs are weird. That's interesting. If so, is this a skill tree? This is a skill tree? Well, we'll fucking find out, like, later, I guess. I ain't found any yet. I have heard, like, from the likes of Giant Bomb. I have heard from, like, social media. I haven't, like, looked at the review itself, you know, that I mentioned earlier. That Giant Bomb really liked it, really enjoyed the hell out of the game. Gave it a 5 out of 5. And say it's one of the Switch 2's best games. Which, you know, it's not hard. There's, like, 3 of them that are, like, top quality so far. 4 if you like Pokemon. I wasn't really a fan of Legends, the first one. And not really a big fan of the second one, though I do think the second one is better than the first one, honestly. But yeah, you know, there's just not really much in the way of competition. What is this? I can't scan it to get a hint because... Oh, yes I can. I just have to scan from a different, different side. I haven't seen that many I don't know if we've seen any log entries yet. Are log entries just, like, out of here? Other than scan visor, you know, scanning enemies, that sort of thing. That's obviously still alive and present. I really wish I could put scan on minus. Like in Prime 3. I would just... My muscle memory is reaching for the wrong button half the time. More than half the time, really. These are just priests. I don't get how that works. Again, with the reaching for the wrong button. Again, with the reaching for the wrong button. Okay. So how do I make the thing come out? Anyway, regardless, let's keep on exploring. Let's keep on trucking. I have heard certain comparisons made of this game. I heard Giant Bomb's Dan Reichert. He compared it to he compared this game to both the original Metroid Prime, which again I'm really feeling more Metroid Prime 3 vibes myself, but also comparisons to Ocarina of Time. And I feel like part of that just boils down to, like, as we get to the major areas, we're gonna find they're very self-contained and have maybe more of a dungeon type design than traditional Metroid has had. Which I'll say, like, I do think that, like, Zelda and Metroid have more in common than you think, to the point where, personally, if I had if I had the time to make a game, if I had, like, a game that I would want to exist, I would say, like, yeah, there should just be, like, a Metroid Prime type game that had, like, the structure of Metroid Prime 1. Well, maybe more like 2 specifically, let's say maybe more like 3, but with the gameplay of, like, Zelda, with the sword and the shield and the items and the equipping to the buttons. Like, I feel like that would be a wonderful thing, a wonderful game, and it'd be pretty dope. You know, I think it'd be cool to explore a world and have, like, in like a Metroid-y way, but also to have just, like, the basic gameplay of Ocarina of Majora's Mask with the sword and the shield and the items, and equipping 3 at a time and using them as much as you please. Probably more than 3, honestly. Like, you have, like, 2 face buttons that you can use. You have, like, a R. You can probably do something with L as well. And then the D-pad buttons, obviously, you can map all those. If they wanted to, they could really, like, go wild. They could really go ham on an Ocarina-type game where just, like, yeah, you know, you have all sorts of different boots. You have different weapon types or whatever. And all of that could be on hand, you know. Maybe you have it so that, like, oh, you know, you got your basic X, A, R, L. Those are, like, 4 item buttons that you can configure. And then the D-pad is, like, I don't know, equipment or something. Like boots or tunics or some shit. Or maybe it's stuff like, you know, hey, a morph ball mode, for instance. Stuff that's more Metroid-y than, Metroid-y than anything. Simultaneous exposure. Psychic energy. You can only fire like one of these at once. And also that does not do anything. What is this? Oh, I gotta step on the thing. I see. So this is a thing where if I step onto it, then presumably you could collect all 3 of these, and that activates the switches. That doorway is way too wide for it to be super duper yonic. I mean, there are I understand there's such a thing as like a loose business, you know. I do understand that, but I'm pretty sure that's just cartoony. That's just cartoony. Man, the shapes here. Again, this door, unrealistic. That's not... It's fine. It's psychic. It's a psychic situation. This might be more like dungeon-y than previous games, and really curious. I would like, you know, if obviously this game has been out in like Europe and Australia all day. I'm curious if there's like a moment coming up that like this is all building to, where we have a good, solid point to end on tonight. Carvex? Man, the name Carvex is a lot like cervix, if you think about it. And look at that, like, Y shape. Look at that Y shape right there. A little bit fallopian. A little bit fallopian there, I think. I don't know. I think most people don't see that many fallopians other than, like, in media representations, you know. They're not doctors. You don't see a fallopian. A little bit uterus-like. Is there a term for, like, resembling a uterus? Womb-like? A little bit wombish? A little bit woomy? Is that what woomy has meant this whole time? No. Absolutely not. Stop saying things. Look at that. There's like two tubes that come out of the central thing. They had to know. Do you think someone must have said at some point, Harvix? That's very close to cervix, isn't it? It's like intentional. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Music sounds weird. Not really very bossy. Sounds a little bit like hollow to me. Like the sound right now. There's nothing messed up with my TV, capture card, etc., right? Like, this is just how the game sounds. Do I need to do something other than what I'm doing? Seems like maybe I could at the very least, like, take care of these dudes faster with some missiles. Okay, just tell me, Scan Visor, what am I doing wrong here? I prefer this way of getting information versus, like, if McKenzie called us and was like, hey, Samus, you gotta... The vines, you can only destroy them temporarily. So you should do, like, a, Oh, maybe this is it. Maybe... No, that would make too much sense. To, like, use the control visor to go through one, and then go through the other, and then bing, bang, boom, there you go. Seriously, how many times do I have to destroy these things before I get like a... Can I just shoot the main body? Do I have to deal with the fallopian tubes? Seriously, they respawn in like seconds. Destroying all the tentacle-like vines will cause its leaf to briefly... The only way to just delay their... What? Destroy them at nearly the same time. Okay, so like get their cores exposed and then shoot them. My God! Maybe you have to do like a charge shot and go through both of them when their balls are exposed. That'll be it. That's how the ball shot works. That's what it means by virtually the same time. Not like do it really fast. It means literally like drive-through. Drive-through. Welcome back, Cervix. That kind of reminds me also of like the tree monster from. This is a deep cut. Reminds me of the tree monster from Cameo, Elements of Power. That one pretty different, but also has like a period of vulnerability. I mean, I guess the most obvious comparison and like the most direct is the most direct comparison is obviously the guy from Wind Waker with the forest, the Lost Woods boss, which also has a big flower, and then you know you get the flower down and you have to run in and fuck him up. We're taking damage, but we have so much health, and like every time, you know, I'll say like this boss battle has not been going great, but like we are like in no risk of dying, like practically zero risk. Compare this to like the first boss of like Metroid Prime, the first one. You know, compare this to Flagra, and it's night and day. I haven't heard what people have been saying as far as difficulty goes, but if I had to bet, I bet what they're saying is it's yeah, it's pretty easy. Of course, it's a modern Nintendo game. They're not gonna make it actually hard to beat the bosses. They're not gonna make it actually hard to do. It's like the Pikmin games, you know, each one of them gets easier. Each one of them is easier than the one before. And, honestly, that's a great change. I heard that the hard mode is like, the hard mode that they added to Pikmin 4 recently is like genuinely very hard. Gotta do the lock on or else I can't, strafe very good. You do take damage very fast, but it's very, so generous with the health, it's not gonna be an issue. Alright. That was a good boss. That was well designed. Maybe it could have been clearer with, like, the vulnerability. Like, how... If, like, you had to do their missile stuff on a ball earlier that you had to, like, expose before you could actually shoot it, that would have made it more, obvious to me, but, what do I know? We've been going around, 2 hours now. Let's keep on trucking. A psychic bomb. It's like a regular bomb. Bombs can be giving psychic mote properties by holding Y. So it's like a morph ball bomb, but it has like a special feature to it. I wonder if you could, like, in the randomizer, do things like split morph ball bombs with, like, psychic bombs. You know, you got your regular bombs, and then maybe have an additional upgrade like, oh. What? What? What the... What did I... What the hell does this do? Is this like a... Doesn't seem to be a bomb that I can activate at any time. I have no idea what it does, but if you hold it down, your psychic bomb sort of becomes a little bomb balloon and jumps into the air and then doesn't explode. I don't get that. So far, this has been good. Not like... I do feel like the game so far has been pretty linear. You know, if I had one criticism, like 2 hours in, like, yeah, you know, I feel like we've walked a pretty straightforward path. You know, we maybe had this point where we had to go around for a bit, but otherwise, like, you know, we walked this way, around here, and then down this very long, winding road, and we haven't had that many opportunities to be like, okay, here's a big room, which way do you go? Trying to think, like, in the first couple games, like, how many opportunities there were, because, like, Metroid Prime 2, let's say, for instance, thinking about Argon, you basically do have to go one way, at least at first, you know. There is, like, shortcuts that open up over time, but in some corners of the world, there's just, like, a save station and then, like, a locked door, but you just have to go through, like, the main Argon room, Agon room, and, then through a couple other rooms before you end up at the first Dark World business, which mostly plays out as like a loop. I guess maybe it's not until like Torbis Bog that you really have like your pick of like places to go. Also, let me remap this a little bit. Let me see. I'm doing the right one. Yes, pointer fusion. And morph ball bomb should be on B. The button of the basic shooting. That just makes sense. Third invisible wall blocking me from my destination. Kind of sounds like a basketball. Is this what the sound effects sounded like in the original? Well, no. There were not basketball sounding ball noises when you land. And I don't think it was quite this like when Samus jumped. Maybe this is the difference between a psychic jump and a regular one. What's up? Teleports the Chosen One to an alternate dimension. Sacred Shrine. Interesting. Is this like a dungeon? You think this could be like a dungeon right here? Maybe the dungeons will be more open worldy. Oh, no, it's just like... Maybe we finished the first one of the areas. That's definitely a lot. Oh, it's a master teleporter key. Okay. But it is one of our 5 McGuffins. Okay. One of our 5 McGuffins for the end game. So does that mean... This strikes me less as like the Aegon Waste, and more just like a basic tutorial area. Fuck. Okay. Well, let's head back and we'll see like what the next thing is. I remember where base camp is. Yes, it's you literally can't miss it. As far as I know, I have to go exactly the same path back. Or maybe not exactly, but like as far as I know, I will have to pass by base camp to make it to the rest of the world, so I will say hello to you when I have time, my guy. I wonder how many different kinds of beams you get. I wonder how many different missiles types there are. I mean, 4. There's like a selector right here. There's 4 options there. I don't have any other than the main one right now, so don't worry about that. If you're worried about that, you don't have to be. I do wonder, like, what people are talking about as far as, like, the Ocarina of Time comparison. You know, if there's going to be a dungeon here, I'd be really interesting to see it. And also, I do feel like, again, I'll say, like, I feel like this is a thing that I've learned through randomizers, right? Like, the more randomizers I play, the more convinced... Or rather, I played Metroid randomizers and I played Zelda randomizers, and they basically have the same structure. You know, they basically end up playing out more or less the same way, except Zelda tends to have, like, more obvious, like... Hello? Is this a one-way? Strong enough pull. What about a morph ball bomb? Probably from the other end, too. The one thing that's different is that Zelda has, like, the dungeons, and in randomizers, it's very easy to be like, okay, these dungeons are in logic, these dungeons are out of logic. And typically there's, like, 4 to 5 of them, you know, whereas, like, even the biggest, like, Metroid Prime games, even the biggest Metroid games are, like, you know, a limited number of areas, if that makes sense. The boss. A mass of burning rock fell from the sky to the jungles of Vuros. Once this rock, which itself was poisonous, had cooled and hardened, a small carnivorous plant took root in the poison. It growed and ruled over the thing. It became the priest. The Resh became the first plant that conveyed its thoughts and named it Carvex. It was moved later because it was, you know, sort of in charge, so yeah. I guess maybe this is where you'll find out the backstory of the bosses of the 4 areas here in this little silly area. Look at the map again. This is what I wanted. I think in the previous room there's like another path. If I jump back up here. It looks like this is the way you're supposed to go. But what do I know? You know, Metroid Prime 3 had some areas where NPCs followed you around. There was like the whole trooper business at the end of the game where you had to like escort 8 troopers, and that's kind of a worse situation than that because you couldn't even revive them when they went down. If they went down, it was just they were just down for the count, and you needed to bring a certain number of them forward, and it was not in any way clear how many that number was. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, crap. The door that we were looking at earlier, that's like the... not the way forward. That was the way backwards. It's actually not hard to get to base camp. Ugh. I wonder what they're doing with Zelda next.
Man, they did not design these for humans. Oh! Whoa! You are sneaky quiet, you know that?
Uh-huh.
Hey, I'm glad you're back. That data you gave me earlier is really coming in handy. I've been able to translate the Lemorn language. This planet, Viros, doesn't appear on any of the known star charts. Might as well be a ghost.
I would like it if I found a log that said that.
No activity in this sector. It is eerily quiet.
And like a corpse.
Or we could be nowhere.
I wish I was just scanning this guy's corpse, and there was a log that was like, I tried sending a distress signal, got nothing.
This planet is to retrieve 5 teleporter keys. Now, I'll do some digging to see if there's any way I can support you. Now that our comms are working.
Guy, I've already been told that by the ghost.
Teammates?
No. Damn it.
Hey, stay safe out there, Samus. I'll be here if you need me.
I won't. So what now? I wonder. Is what's the next thing? Let's catch a save, and we got the first key. So at this point, do you go to another area entirely? Do you teleport to another area? I don't know. You know, this might be a perfectly fine place to stop. But we've only been going around 2 hours, pretty much on the dot, since the game unlocked. I'm happy to keep on trucking. I'm not really satisfied, you know. I feel like so far I've just seen some pretty basic type shit. I'm pointing the wrong way. I need to go the other way from here. So far, I've just seen some basic ass shit. I've just seen some simple abilities, some linear hallways, and mostly just been able to get everything in a linear type fashion. You know, I want to see some amount of exploration. You know, I want to explore. And maybe right now, since we're being sort of let loose after the first boss, maybe now is the time we'll have to explore. With the map situation, plus with the world map. Weird. This, I don't understand what I'm looking at world map wise. Is that Fury green? the world map is less good and also less overlapping than the than in the earlier games. I wonder what amount of like fast travel there is in here. I also wonder what I'm supposed to do here. I wanted to explore, but if I don't see any like morph ball things, then I don't know the extent to which I can explore. Any morph ball bomb dealies. Is this something? What about psychic bombs? No. That'd be like a power bomb situation.
Samus, welcome back.
Yeah, let me try touching on your terminals. Or, oh, you know what? Actually... What? What is this? This definitely looks like something. Oh. Morph ball. Different looking morph ball thing than what they got on the other... in the other games. But it is a morph ball thing. Okay, here we go. New area. Let's go. Maybe this'll get us to the next zone. What is this? What is that? It's like a weapon? A storage locker? Interesting. I wonder, like, if the game has, like, a... You know, eventually at the end of the game, you know, you want to go back and get all the power-ups, all the stuff, if there's an easy way to, like, just mark them all on your map. That'd be nice. I hope so. So far, I think this is good. You know, I did, like, rag on that dude for being annoying a bunch, but, you know, I'll say, like, I do think this is an upgrade from the one part of Metroid Prime 3, where you had to escort troopers. Insofar as, like, it's not a, it's sort of baby mode, you know? They are not going to just die on you. He's not just gonna die and force you to restart. You know, you kind of have control and can revive him if he goes down, which is a good thing. But, like, I'd rather just not have a sequence like that, you know. But Prime 3 is still excellent despite that one sequence. And so far, this game has been mostly Prime style, you know. It's been mostly normal. I think this will be how to get to a new area. Yeah. Oh? Oh, I can grab... Oh, interesting. I can sort of use the bombs, the psychic bombs, as, like, grabbables using my psychic beam. Okay. And that is some very classic Metroidvania type stuff where it's like, okay, before I had to deal with all that fucking bullshit, you know, like, I had to, like, get it from a terminal and then put it in the thing, and now that you have, like, morph ball version of that, you can just slot them wherever. You don't have to actually get them. Invisible platforms there. I mean, yeah, those invisible platforms are very similar to like the X-ray and like thermal platforms in other games, except it's kind of more convenient to access them and make them appear. More intuitive, and you don't have to just be walking around with dark mode visor on all the time to see them. Perfect. I think this is where our timestamp goes because we're heading to a new area. We beat the previous area, beat the boss of it, said goodbye to what's-his-fuck, and now we're McKenzie, and now we're headed to the second area, the second major area of the game. Well, I guess there was the tutorial zone and the second tutorial zone, and you could call that areas 1 and 2, but really this is your main zone. Interesting. This is the deserts. I mean, we've all seen the desert. We all have come to understand that the desert is a big part of this game, just like perusing the deserts. Alright, let's do some desert stuff. Oh hey, this is green energy here. We'll also see what's up with green energy soonish. Okay, I'm filling up this yonic meter there. That's yeah. Got these teleporter keys, which also very yonic. Very cool. Biology, all that. Also, yes, you can scan your amiibo. I will say again, I don't have the new ones. I do, however, I do have Dark Samus and a regular Smash Brothers Samus, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna say it's the Metroid series, but you get some sounds? What the hell does that mean? Okay, thanks for the sound, I guess. Let's try another one. Let's try Samus. That's not a very different sound, but okay, thanks. Do I have a Ridley? Hang on one second. Let me throw it to a break real fast. I don't think I do, actually. But let me go double check. Give me 1 second. Nah, those are all the Metroid amiibo I have. I just sort of buy the ones that I play in Smash, and I don't play Ridley that much. Though I do think he's cool, and he has a very cool design and all that. Try your own at home. It's worth noting that the ones that they're selling for the new game, they actually do more for you. Like they let you play music while you're in the desert, and they have like other random things locked behind them. It's kind of egregious, honestly. It's a little bit egregious, honestly, especially considering that what I've heard is that there's no music in the desert without that. Here's like a thing I saw on Discord, shared on Discord about that. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Yeah, apparently there's just no music for this whole desert area. Is it for the whole? Hang on. What did the thing say? Did it say for the whole desert area or just like when you're... Let me take a closer look at that. Excuse me while the motion controls. The desert. Okay, it's not saying... The thing isn't saying the bike stuff in particular, it's saying the desert. There's some, like, cordant howls and things of that nature. I could also play some additional music if y'all wanted to hear some music. Would y'all like to hear some music?
What you see in front of you is the entrance to the closest area with a teleporter key. If you want to contact me going forward, use the radio command on the map screen. I'll help in any way I can.
I never will. you know, like I said, I got some Sanctuary Fortress music. I mean, I don't think I said earlier what this music was. It's the Sanctuary Fortress music from Prime 2. Some absolutely killer, classic Metroid music. I considered Torvus Bog as well. That's maybe a little bit wetter than, would be appropriate for an area like this. You know, I'll say, like, people probably gonna get a little pissy about this, but I will say, like, when you play this at home, feel free to watch some House MD, some YouTube, some Twitch. I feel like, that would be fine and good, and, no one can blame you for putting on whatever you please, while, the game just refuses to have music for atmospheric purposes. I don't know, man. You put music this good, the atmosphere will come. I think the more music you have, the more atmospheric that shit is. Like, if Sanctuary Fortress is just, like, dead, silent, it would suck. Well, no, it wouldn't suck, but it would be a lot less good than listening to this music. But seriously, though, just listen to some YouTube. Put on some Persona 5 music. Some good old-fashioned Mario Kart. You could even listen to... Man, the atmosphere is really good, huh? Well, I've seen more atmospheric deserts, honestly. Tower for storing emergency equipment for Soul Valley. Electrifying the lock. Okay, so we need like an electric move. I wonder if we can get to the bike and do some biking. We should do some biking tonight. We shouldn't leave off until we bike. I'll say that much. I set this up on my stream deck. I don't know what happens when... Yeah, okay, so... I only have like a 51-second loop of Wii Shop music. I did have one that did it forever, but I figured it'd be better if it just came from the stream deck as like a just like as a playing some music rather than playing the music in OBS. But I didn't, just so I can have more control over its volume. I can control its volume. It's not important. Let's just meet the bike. What the hell is this? Having a vision. Is that a bike? Is a bike coming to us? No, that doesn't look like a bike. That looks like bad guys. Hi. How are you? Would you like to be my friend? That's a Cybot soldier. You think the best way to do these guys is to do the laser guiding business. Nah, probably just shoot them. I wonder if this game does the combo beam situation, you know, for super missiles and things of that nature. I'm really low in health. I'm just noticing this. I've been talking shit about how this game is easy, but like, if you do just like let your health go down slowly over time without noticing it's gotten to the single digits. These guys do a lot of health in each hit when they do land like their laser beams. We should be the slightest bit careful. But, yeah, we did it. It's done.
Whoa, Chrono Tower's protected by a force field. If you want to get in there, you need to find a way to remove it. I'll do some research while you look for the teleporter keys.
Okay. Probably something just like get an item. Get lots of items. Classic, visor lighting. You, shoot your beam really close to a thing. You'll see your face in the reflection. Isn't that cool? Just like it was in the original games. I like it when things are like they were in the original games. That's a thing that I like. I'm a simple man. Somewhat, I don't know. I'm not out there comparing the relative complexity of other men, but I know what I like. I like what I had 20 years ago. I think we're done here. We gotta scan some crap. Viola spinner. Okay, yeah, we need to get our viola. Transit tunnel for use with violas. A tunnel, morph ball tunnel that only opens from the outside. Cool. Here's a way to get in. Fuck your research, dude. We just have to go inside the open pipe. Let's meet our bike. I haven't heard anyone saying anything about like the personality the bike has. I think I heard that the bike talks. The bike is sentient. It has a personality. It has it talks, you know, that sort of thing. So like, what sort of personality does it have exactly? Is it annoying? I hope not. Let's hope that it's cool, because this companion is going to be the one that like we ride all over. If this is like riding McKenzie, that's an image. If this is like a rideable McKenzie, then I would be concerned, but you know, it's probably fine. Go through here and get a viola. That was a weird room. What was the point of that room? Could have just dropped us here in the first place. A little bit of gameplay, I guess. Technically, that was gameplay. You know, I would describe that as gameplay, if anyone were asking. It's a little weird, though. I think that's an exit, so we don't want to actually exit yet. we want to... go through this quaint little tunnel and go find our Viola. Alright, let's walk this way. I think we're about to meet the bike. Is it bike time? This cutscene really makes it look like something's gonna happen. No, nothing happened. It was just a little transition between areas. Okay. I was so gearing up for like, yo, this timestamp. Let's go. If you just, you know, you wanted to skip some of the boring desert stuff and get to just like Zelda, Samus on a bike. What the hell am I saying? Zelda. You just wanted to skip to Samus on a bike, you know, there you fucking go. I mean, this is a good place for a timestamp, I'll say. Bolt Forge, we're out of the desert. We're to like a thunder-stricken area. What the hell is this? This looks cool. I think this is one of the teleporter key zones. I kind of hope that this area holds on to its junk a little bit better. I really hope this area you have to like really traverse one way, get an item, backtrack a bit, get another item, maybe even leave and go to a third area. Maybe this is where the areas start getting more like, you know, I've heard comparisons to Ocarina of Time, but I feel like you could probably make those same Ocarina of Time comparisons to Metroid Prime 2 and 3, which both had more isolated worlds where you basically went to one world, and then you went to the next world, and then you went to the world after that. You know, it basically had like 3 worlds to do, whereas this game has technically 5, though that first world was a little bit short. So maybe more like 4. Which I'll say, again, more than Metroid Prime 2 had. I'm thinking there's the Norian, which is kind of a tutorial area of 3. There's Fuel Gel, there's Sky City, there's Pirate Homeworld. That's kind of 3 main worlds plus a tutorial. You could say that it is technically one more as well than you know, counting this game's tutorial area, counting Prime. This might be bigger than Prime 3, honestly. Insofar as like how many different regions you go to. I only hope that those regions are extensive and, you know, eventually, like, let's go back to the map real fast. Go to the world map, which is starting to fill out. You know what? This is a big world map. It's true. Maybe like when the desert starts opening up, we'll start filling in the gaps or something. I don't know. I like zoom in here. Yes, I do wonder if we'll go back to Fury Green and like find. Is the top down? Feels weird. I don't. There we go. That's. I think I'm all fucked up. I'm pushing left and the camera's rotating right. I'm pushing right now, and the camera's rotating left. Something's screwed up right now. Maybe, like, inverted. Maybe I'm upside down. Maybe this map is, like, upside down or something. I'm confused. Regardless, maybe we'll go back and find there's, like, some other paths. I honestly didn't see that many, like, alternate things. Like, this is the only thing on the map right now I think we can see that is like a come back later type situation. Everything else is just shut. It's just done, it looks like. Unless there's like a hidden passage or like I mean, maybe we could get up through there once we had like the double jump. I'm not sure, but I do wonder like how much. I do wonder if this game has a Triforce hunt, or like to use this series' terms, an artifact hunt, a dark key hunt, a there's the bike, has like a dark key hunt, has like a canister hunt. The previous games would suggest that, but I don't know. I feel like we could do without it this time. Bike! We have found Viola, one of the amiibos you can buy in a store. What's Stylus doing at this point? We haven't heard hide nor hair of him since start of the game. Oh, the bike isn't working. We have to do some business to we probably have to get some sort of electric power to like power up the bike. We've seen like things that say you know, you need some sort of electric power to charge them up. Again, I really wish I could switch the pause and minus buttons. Scan visor was on minus on the Wii, so excuse me for thinking that makes sense in my head every time I hit the button. Minus is a weird button to put the pause on and the map on, honestly. Starts! Plus is the start button. Minus is the select button. Why is the menu on select? In other Metroid games, minus is used to like switch weapons in like the 2D ones. Some of them. Maybe not all of them. It's weird. I do not support this decision they've made, and I think it is out of sorts with how this should be mapped. Minus for map? I don't think that's right. Ooh. This let's see, how linear is this looking? So, it's kind of looking pretty linear, actually. There's like one path there that maybe is going to the outside. Oh no, that's a save station. And then there's just chambers, 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 and here's a point where it splits off. You can go one of two ways. One way probably gets you to your item, and the other way is maybe boss? Start branching more, honestly. What is it? I already took a peek and had all the thoughts that we need, McKenzie. You don't gotta say shit. I already told everyone what it was. Okay, good. Saving shut him. Damn it! I looked already! I don't need you to do this for me. I already checked. I already looked all the way down. I already figured out where we're going. There's literally 2 places we can go, and I'll just gonna go ahead and bet the door will be locked to the other one. I bet you won't be able to go the wrong way.
Would you like to hear that again?
No!
Oh, and don't forget to stop by the safe station.
I already did, you dumb fuck!
Might be on your own from here.
I don't think Metroid needed owls. Literally, literally the owl guy from Ocarina, where he's like, do you want to hear that again? Literally just, yeah, put that in there, sure. I thought it was kind of blatant. You know, people thought it was kind of blatant when, like, Zero Mission did sort of that. You know, and it was like, at the very least, it was like, here's your next item. Here it is on the map. Here's where you have to go. It didn't tell you how to get there. It didn't tell you, like, the steps in between. It let you figure that all stuff. Figure out most of it out. And I do think that's, like, the best, I mean, I guess the blatant one is Fusion. With its, like, guy who literally tells you, like, okay, Samus, listen up. Here's where you need to go. I do love Fusion. I'm willing to admit I might have somewhat of a double standard there. I'm willing to button through that and not get too annoyed. But, like... And also, like, 3, to a certain degree, also did this with the brains, giving you, like, the funny brains and tanks giving you missions to do, and like, the next step of the process often enough. We're gonna have to get the double jump to get back up here. So I'm gonna hazard a guess that we will get the double jump sooner rather than later. It's funny you have to, like, undo this. Undo the scan visor to, like, actually shoot a regular shoot beam at enemies and puzzle elements. I think that dude is kind of annoying, and I feel like this series doesn't need that. But also, I don't know, maybe they're thinking like, kid might play it. It's like, man, I played Metroid Prime as a kid. And I'll be honest, I was actually kind of put off by, like, not being able to find the shit and having to backtrack all the time. It was a little too much. Metroid Prime 2, I feel like, was the sweet spot as far as, like, everything being in basically the same area, but still having you do some amount of, like, puzzle solving to, find your way through. In fairness, the difficulty was way out of whack on, Prime 2 in particular. They got that all screwed up. I'll say that much. But, you know, that's just the bosses, really. Gameplay-wise, they had it. You know... What am I missing here? Am I supposed to just, like, keep on blasting? Just, like, charge beam, charge beam, charge beam? Is that doing something productive? No, I think, like, after... Maybe a fully charged, like, guided beam? It seemed like the guided beam wasn't, doing the trick earlier. But let's give it a shot. Okay, there it goes. That is the way. Little handholdy. I feel like that's the part, you know, the wisecracking personality. Honestly, that's not too dissimilar from, like, Metroid Prime 3's NPCs. You know, they sort of had, like, a weird hoorah type attitude, you know? Like, and this dude is nothing but just an extension of that, you know? He's a very hoorah style, he's a very hoorah style military man who's just like, I'm here to do the mission, Samus. Let's go. Let's do it. Hoorah. You know, where I feel like some of the other Metroid games, especially like non-Prime games, have, like Dread, for instance. I feel like in Dread, there's a lot more suspicion placed upon the Federation. Literally, in Fusion, the Federation are basically the bad guys of Fusion. And in Dread, the robots that they designed, you know, were co-opted by the baddies and sort of become like the main symbol of that game. The main, like, villain that you, are like cat and mousing. Don't know where I'm going with that thought. It's not that unusual, honestly, I'll say. And it just does feel like, on a certain level, the natural extension of these games to have, like, more trooper stuff. Compared to the first game, compared to, you know, the better games. I mean, I'll say, I do think 3 is fantastic. I do love 3. I do love 2. But I do think the parts of 3 where there's troopers are, like, right up there with me with the parts of 3 where there's motion control gimmicks. You know, those are the parts where it's like, okay, I like the PED trooper. That's a cool idea that these troopers are abusing weird technologies. Powerful blast wave. What does that mean? Oh, it just means a missile. Make the missile doors red. That's the color coding for missile doors. Game. A red lock that is, red. Yeah, I definitely like to talk about the controls again. I've been playing with the motion controls this whole time. That's the way. I think this is the best way to have access to all the buttons, while at the same time, you have access to all the buttons, you can control the cursor, the aim perfectly good, and it is pretty Metroid Prime-y. You know, considering that 3 already played this exact way, and, you know, had exactly the same control scheme, basically. I think with twin sticks, it's just really awkward to access the buttons at the same time as, like, moving the camera and all that. In fact, I'd go so far as to say it's bad. It's bad when using both sticks. It's bad using both sticks. You have to sort of shift your use of the firing from being on, like, the face buttons to being on the triggers, and really, there's not that much space on the triggers, you know? You already have, like, a button for lock on. You're already using a button for, it was free aim was what RZ was for in the original games. You don't have that anymore. The free aim lock you in place so you can aim around type mode. That's gone, so, you know, that's you know, okay, they can use that for shooting. They don't have the map on Z anymore, so they can use that for missiles. But, like, you still have to jump with a face button, probably, unless you put it on L. You still have to switch to visors with face buttons. Now, you're still having to use those face buttons, and the only convenient way to have access to those is by either the mouse controls, which I do think are all honestly, I don't care for them as much. Just like trying them right now. feels a little bit more difficult to, like... I'll say the mouse controls are more stable, and it's definitely easier to, like, keep your cursor in place when you don't want to move it. Whereas with the motion controls, like, even if you're holding your controller steady by, like, having your hand rest on the couch, you're still going to be, like, shaking a little bit as your, like, natural hand movements. The mouse is significantly more stable, but I do feel like you have to drag it farther to have the same, like, aiming as with the thing. I mean, I'll say, apparently, I guess there's two different modes with the mouse mode. Like, the pointer fusion, when you're using this, it is sort of like the Wiimote controls, where you're using the mouse to go around, and then you're sort of tilting the edges to turn. Whereas I believe if you're using the other controls, which we can check real fast. I'm going to switch this back because I don't like it. Yeah, it's more like FPS controls where it just tilts the camera. I do think if you're going to play with the mouse, this is the way to go. I guess that was red, wasn't it? This is definitely the way to go with the mouse, for what it's worth, but you do have to use the buttons on the side a lot, which is a little awkward. You can jump on L. It does put jump on L. I kind of don't care for that. I'd rather have jump on my... There are games that have done that before in the past, and it's been fine. I just don't know for Zelda, for Metroid. Zelda, what am I saying again? Also, like, it's kind of awkward to do a... Kind of awkward to do, like, the mouse and the morph ball controls. Here's another thing that's awkward. When you switch into morph ball, yeah, that mouse now does nothing. So pick it off your table, because if you want to, like, actually the camera there's no camera controls while you're a morph ball, for what it's worth. If you want to do, like, it's a little awkward. It's a little awkward if you don't pick up your controller to do like a jump ball. We'll do some more mouse stuff for a bit. I'll do some more mouse stuff for a bit. Let's just try to get used to it, I guess. I feel like I have to move my mouse a lot, is the thing. Versus the motion controls, you basically just hold your hand in place and then tilt, 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 you know. Just go like, woo hoo 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 hoo. Oh, also, like, motion controls with, in the non-motion control mode, more awkward than, not as good, I think. I think you want to actually have that be disabled for what it is worth. I need to remember what my scan is on. Be pulled free. So we need, like, a grapple beam for that. And there's another grapple... related thing. This room is a dead end, so we'll head back for now. Probably a way back. Hello. Right, my missile's on my is on the R in this thing. Also, it wasn't the answer anyway. Kind of dramatic. It's a 3D printer. That's cool. Okay. Sort of do smaller movements and just, like, do things like, okay, I'm just put it here. do things like move it like this and then like quickly pull it up to like reposition and stuff. Like, you don't need that much couch real estate to like make this work. I do use a mouse while at the couch often enough myself. I will say like a couple weeks ago when I did that with OpenRCT2, I did feel some hand fatigue by the end of it. It is just a little bit awkward to be using that for like, you know, long periods of time for like extensive mouse-based gameplay, but I do prefer it to sitting at a desk. And you know, I'll say like just for the navigating of a Windows PC, just for basic stuff, I've never had an issue with mouse, but playing a mouse-heavy game did sort of start to tire me, and I do feel like it might be the same case here. I mean, even with the motion controls, that's like a same story things. Like, motion controls are something that tire you out over time. You get tired. There's a magnet ball, a spider ball track or something. It's saying that we go this way, but since it's all fucked up over there, we can't do it. You know what? I gave that guy shit for telling me where to go, but I should. How does the mouse work on this? It doesn't. The mouse does. Another thing that's awkward about the mouse controls. Literally does nothing on this screen. You cannot mouse at all. You can't use the mouse to like rotate the camera. You have to use the stick and pick up your controller. I'll say another reason I think that the mouse controls are a lot more convenient, well thought out, etc. compared to the mouse controls. They're just clunky in a number of weird ways. Oh, there's literally a morph ball shaft. Okay, yeah, I'm blind. And yeah, this, and again, this whole part, pick your mouse up. You don't need it for this part. And, it's kind of awkward to keep your mouse on in mouse mode when menus, morph ball, etc. don't make you use it. And then put it back down when you're back in walking mode. You know, it's just clunky. I recommend the motion controls. We're switching back, by the way. I don't know if I've ever said that before. I don't know if I've ever said I recommend the motion controls, but I do! I recommend the motion controls. They're just like Metroid Prime 3. They are the most nostalgic set of controls you can get in Metroid Prime 4. They make the game feel a lot like Metroid Prime 3, and I do think that's actually a good thing. And a lot of the game seems to be designed in a Metroid Prime 3 type way, where you need to aim while you're strafing. You need to aim at different weak points and all that. It just makes sense. And also, it's much more convenient to switch to doing more fall stuff or map stuff when you're just holding the controllers regular style rather than having them on their side in a weird position. Also, I can't recommend the dual stick controls. Again, button access is too weird for that. If you like it, maybe you didn't play the originals. You know? And I guess the thing is, for me, I still do play the originals. Like, to be frank, we're going to be doing Metroid Prime 2 randomizer on, I'm going to be doing Metroid Prime 2 randomizer this weekend. Gonna do some Metroid Prime 2 randomizer. Gonna have a good time. And like, I do that sort of randomizer, that sort of thing often enough such that such that I could never just abandon my muscle memory. You know, I can never just go like, okay, well, I'll just learn the new way and never play the old games again. Like, no! I'm gonna play those games again. I'm gonna play them randomized. I might play them vanilla. Like, shit, that'd be a nice game to just play idly on my AYN Thor. I mean, either the randomizer or the actual... Probably, at this point, I might as well play the randomizers if I'm going to play them again, since they are very well thought out, very well put together randomizers. I recommend the randomizers for Metroid 1, 2, and 3. They are all pretty dang good. And, I see, yeah, we're doing like a Kirby 64. This is your Kirby 64 moment where the pressers are pressing in and you have to get to the safe spots in between them squishing you. Except in this game, I will hazard a guess it'll do like 5 damage. I bet it won't kill me. What do you want to bet it kills me? Hang on, let's see. It did like 30 damage. You could absolutely tank that for speed. You could just take 5 hits of that. It'd be fine. Not nearly as hard as Kirby 64's version of that. This is cool. We've started a power plant, basically. What is that? It's like a boost rail. Okay. I would say so far this is very much a Metroid game, you know, Metroid Prime game. The main gimmick of psychic stuff seems to mostly just come in the form of new scan visor integrations, basically, that expand what was probably already one of the most important visors of the game, and basically are just changing out places where you would scan like a door and it would say like, the door is now open, it is now unlocked, with just like scanning a mysterious nodule in the world and a mysterious thing appears, rather than just like, oh, you scanned the lock for the morph ball thing, so the morph ball thing opens. Instead, it appears from the ether itself, which is a cool way to do it. Okay, this is a bad room, and I'm losing 30 health a jump. Oh, can I get out of here? Oh, yes I can, okay. That mistake almost cost me progress. I don't know how much. Maybe it would checkpoint. Maybe this game is nice. Maybe it's... I'll hazard a guess. It probably checkpoints frequently. But we don't have to find out. We need to talk to this terminal. That's what we need to do. Not jump across electricity. It's the hologram. Okay. Are these bike parts? Are they repairing my bike? I think maybe they repaired my bike. Okay. This looks like a launch ball thing. Oh, I see. Making tires, so if we let ourselves get grabbed, we'll definitely not take 10 damage. We have 10 health. It'd be really bad if this, like, did damage to us, but nah, the game wants us to do this. I mean, there are stuff here that might do 10 damage to us. We should be very careful. We do not want to die. Get it a little close. We're good, it's fine. Gingerly making our way through the electric business. These boxes have health in them. We will... There we go, we're up to 100 health. Beautiful. No more issue! Crisis resolved. We won't have to figure out, like, what's up with autosaves, checkpoints, etc. That would have been a long time to have to replay. That would have been a long sequence to have to replay, assuming it doesn't just start us like where the power plant turned back on, which it might. It might do. Oh geez, I'm glad I got some health. Walking through that electric thing would have been a problem. Robots. Good. I guess it's not a surprise to say that Metroid Prime 4 is very Metroid Prime 3. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it. You know? Like, I was kind of expecting this to be more like 1, considering that... I mean, that's... Some of the reviewers I've seen, that's the comparison point they've made, right? Like, well, I say some. I've been avoiding the reviews because I like to go in I like to go in with, I like to go in, like, not knowing things and finding them out in the moment. Finding them out as I go. But I've seen more comparisons to Prime 1 than Prime 3, and I just think... Actually, hang on, let me... I'd actually like to, just, like, double-check some areas over there. I just double-check, like, what's in the other side of this pipe. Make sure that, like, this isn't... Oh, this is nothing. There's nothing over here. Oh, well. Well, let the robot arm get confused again, and then we'll, proceed. I do feel like this game hasn't opened up yet. I do feel like it's got a lot of... It's been straightforward to the point where at any given point there's only been one way to go. And I do have concerns about that. You know, I feel like my concerns are not alleviated yet. But this has been cool. This has been nice. I'm having a good time. And I'm so glad that McKenzie... I'll say the McKenzie representation has been ignorable enough. Again. Most similar to previous Metroid Prime 3 dudes. I wish you were alone on the planet. I feel like if that was the case, it'd be a lot easier to be like, oh yeah, this rules, but they can't, you know, they can't just trust in the player to figure it out and, you know, put in good enough scan visor hints to get through. They gotta make it, like, foolproof. They're worried about fools. As they probably should be. They probably should be worried about fools. Honestly. sure eventually we'll get to the point where we can explore more, we have more options. We already went through this whole loop. This is just the back door. Let you get back on a second visit, etc. I'm sure over time it'll open up. I do wonder, like, how well suited this will be to randomization. You know, it's sort of the weird thing about randomization is that I do feel like some games just are better matches for it, just because of the way that the items work out, because of the way that, like, oh, you know, if you get this item first, the world opens up in this way. If you get that item first, it opens up this completely other way. Where there's some games where it's just like, okay, to go to Area 3, you need basically all the items to go to Area 2. So the randomization does nothing then. Yes, pretty much most runs will proceed in the same fashion. I do wonder if this is the case here. If, like, oh, you know, you'll need the missile wherever you go. You'll probably need the control shot wherever you go. On occasion, like this room in particular, you will need the controlled shot to do. You will need the control beam. What other items have we gotten so far? You will need the psychic visor. Pretty much to do anything in the game, you're gonna need the psychic visor. What the hell is the crystal? Lock psychic doors in the visor. What the hell is the crystal? It's vague what that one actually does. The glove lets you move stuff. There's, like, doors everywhere that need to be unlocked in that fashion. I don't know what green energy is yet. The psychic beam, again, it's been established that the charge beam is required. The control beam is required. Wait, why is it a psychic? I think actually your beam is just a psychic beam. Your main regular beam. Then there's the control beam, which you will need pretty much everywhere. Psychic bombs. There were definitely some psychic bomb checks here that you know, you wouldn't be able to proceed without it. I do wonder, just like by basic coincidental design, if like this game might be uninteresting when randomized, more linear than you would want, but like, Jesus, that is sort of a problem for the randomization team, you know? Like, obviously, obviously, the developers aren't necessarily thinking about... I see what we're doing here. Oh, this might be bad. Oh, Christ. It's been so long since we saved. I gotta assume it's been like forever. Like, look at the map here. This whole section, since we got the core online, there's been no save rooms. There's been no saves. There's gotta be... This has got to be a situation where... I think we go as soon as the electricity is done. There's gotta be a situation where it checkpoints us, right? If it doesn't, I think we might just lose... countless untold time. Where's the next place? Okay, good, okay. When that electricity fades, we go. We have to wait for the electricity to go, because then it starts lifting to its next location. Oh, we can get a, well, first off, let me just go ahead and interact and get an elevator back. But we can get a missile. Let's just be careful. Wait for the thunder to pass. You think you go around back to get the missile? Or might it be something like, oh, unlock the things somehow. Oh, fuck! Oh, good. The ones coming up from below picked us up. Seriously, can we get the missile? Or whatever. That's a missile, right? That's a missile. Nope. Fuck. Okay, yeah, that missile is, I think it's out of, unless, what if you stand... No, all of them are on the same side. There's not, like, one of them that goes somewhere else. Unless, hang on, there's another option here. Using the control beam. Like, go around and maybe, like, shoot a switch or something. No, apparently not. Maybe walk over here. Yeah, I'm thinking walk over here was the answer. And, what is this? Maybe you have to get in there. Several explosive impacts. What, you mean like 3 bombs at once? Several explosive impacts. Probably means like a different, 3 missiles? I mean, I guess... There have been doors in previous Metroid games that opened when you did 5 missiles, so it's not like I'm precedented, but... That's a weirdly specific thing, and also just like, might as well be morph ball bombs. You know, considering it's like morph ball sized. Also, we clearly need the boost ball to go further here, so... We out! That's a later thing. Boost ball, maybe spider ball too. The doors here are also yonic in nature. Yonic game. I think we pretty much got through this area. Good. It is probably, what, like 3 a.m. now? 2 a.m.? 2 a.m., yeah. We've been going around 3 hours. We're about to get the bike, I think. Parentheses, I think. Daisy. I don't think I need to fight that guy, but whatever. Let's keep trucking. It's bike time! I think. I think it is bike time. We have restarted the facility. We've gotten it, like, building bikes again. Not bike time? Maybe we have to hit the terminal, and then it will be bike time. Or, like...
Are you back on the top floor? Anything you can act?
Yeah.
Powers back up on? To clear the way to the next tower. With this storm, we might...
Oh, that's the map station. Let's do a quick save. It's been a while since we saved, Jesus. I'm sure it checkpoints. It probably is checkpointing this whole time, but oh jeez. I wonder if there's like a quick save, like a save where you stand. Like that whole section was like maybe an hour long, it felt like. That's kind of a long time to be without a save in a modern game, where you might want to put it to sleep and you know, play a different game for a bit, like Fortnite or whatever, you know? All sorts of games. Is this all powered up now? kinetic energy to open gates. The sign. These are different bikes. Oh. I need a special suit. That's right, we're getting the viola suits. Right, yeah, no, this is one of the suits this is the suit that they showed off before the game came out. Is that you get the special viola suit, which is Hot Rod Red. Hot Rod Red? Purpley sort of red, I think. Like a purple red type deal. Black as well, yeah. A little bit of purple with the lighting. Not a bad suit. Kinda looks a little bit like a biker's outfit, which makes sense, I guess. Kinda reminds me of like bikers. That sort of deal. It's bike time. We have the suits. We're ready to go. It is time now to board our bike and to meet our bike for the first time, and then maybe do some desert stuff. And yeah, we'll see where it goes from there. I'm open to keeping on trucking a little bit. I feel like that area was still pretty linear. I feel like I want to see an area that's a little less linear. And well, if any area is going to be less linear, it's going to be the desert that the bike is going to send us into soonish. Maybe we have to like a lot of acceleration here to get up to speed before you can leave. Interesting. I have like a cursor on the screen. Oh, it's A to accelerate, so you have to keep on holding. I have a cursor on screen for some reason with motion controls. This would be another part that would be awkward. You know, you're doing the mouse and keyboard situation. You have to pick it up to do this. I guess you could probably control this with just like mouse stuff. You can probably accelerate with the triggers when you're using the regular mode. I am definitely like turning the camera with the motion control still. There's definitely music here. There's definitely music. We have no need of the Wii music. Did we just go in a circle? This area looks a lot like the area we came from. Some boost ball thing? Yeah, we don't have the boost ball, so we can't use that quite yet. Interesting. You can summon Viola when you're in an area where Viola is, I did think, I have been thinking that it'd be cool to have like a fast travel system. You know, in Metroid Prime 3, you could summon your ship, right? There are certain points where you can summon your ship and it'll pick you up and it'll, you know, can take you to a bunch of other areas. Viola could work the same way, except instead of being a fast travel thing, you do have to drive to the other places, so it's not instant, but I don't know. Certainly better than listening to NPCs driving around is. That is saying some crap. Do I have to do like some Viola test before I can do something or other? I have to like certify myself. Yeah, I gotta like certify my Viola. Okay, I think we gotta like keep on driving. Where the hell did Viola go? Oh. Doesn't matter, you just I'll say I feel like Probably for once, regular stick controls are better than just, like, the motion controls here. Like, you really don't need this to be motion controlled. We've all driven vehicles in games like Fortnite or, you name it. We just leave? It's a new place. Can I just leave, or... Oh, there's like a boost ball blocker here. Okay, so we have to figure out... Oh, I think we can exit. Yeah, I think we just get out of here. I don't know about any of that other stuff there. I will say, this is kind of open-y. Kind of, I do have choice of decisions. You have decisions to make. I do have options. Do a charge shot and then a missile. That's the most efficient way to get like a 2-hit situation on these guys. Did I hit something? Big brick there. Okay. I might need like a key or something. I should scan and figure these things out. I can scan on my bike. Linked bomb slots. Okay. The bomb slot will require boost ball, so I think to get out of here we're going to need to do believe we're going to need the boost ball. I do wish the stick worked while you're doing the motion controls, just as like an alternate way to just twist the camera. Like I wouldn't mind just being able to be like, okay, well this is fine, but also sometimes I just want to be aiming at the center of the screen and twist my vision. You know, I do think they narrowly avoided putting together some best of all worlds control scheme. Like none of these control schemes are best of all worlds. They're all compromised in some way. Light delivery truck. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, we need a spinner. That one's offline. Let's look at the map. That's what we gotta do when we're not sure. Weird that like the... Where the hell is the other part of the map that we were at earlier? Like the part that we got to with Viola. Do you have to go through the world map? No. That's kind of awkward, kind of clunky. Also, I do think now it does make more sense to put visors on R and Viola on plus. Viola definitely feels more like a start button situation than visors do. What about L? What about L for visors? I could do L. Yeah, let's do L. I'm not gonna use that for jump. I already have a jump button. So let's do switch visors there. And do you always have to have like not allowed to like just... Okay. Oops. Oh, you can switch move to right stick. It's not like right click or anything. I don't know. I'm not. I definitely feel like minus would be the way, or like clicking in the stick maybe. I could see clicking in the stick for scan visor. Honestly, the right click. Wait, is this where we were? This looks really different. Did we end up somewhere different this time? Okay. Oh, wait. Do you... Oh, weird. Yeah, you literally cannot see the other parts of the map while you were in a different chunk of the game. I think that's kind of annoying. I think that's kind of shit. I would rather these zones be just like continuously connected. At least, you know, at the very least have like viola paths connecting these and have it so you can see where those are. Because without them, it's just like, how are you going to navigate and find your way to an area that was... How are you going to look through the area and go like, okay, well, where have I been? Where is next? Like, that seems all manner of clunky. We should get the training circuit, the training thing done. Get that whole rigmarole completed, and we will see if there's a nice, good point to go out on after that. I'm in the mood to go further. Like I said, I took a big long nap before the stream. I'm good to go into the night. I am excited to play this game, considering it's been years and years, and I am kind of curious, like, how it's going to do Game of the Year-wise. I mean, personally. I mean, obviously, like, the Keeleys is right out because it was too late for any Keeley-type action. I do not personally, like, hew to the Keeleys as, like... That isn't, like, my... I don't use that as a rule of thumb myself, like, what is eligible for Keeley's dumbass awards. Like, no. I have my own Game of the Year. And, it'll be the one I like most. Wait, how come... Oh. I exited the psychic mode. Guys are shooting me and preventing me from using my psychic bullets. There we go. 1, 2, 3. One down. We're really low. You know what? This game might not fuck around, actually. This game might have some difficulty. I'm just gonna say that right now, before I die for the first time. Nope, I lived. Oh, hang on. More guys coming, and I have like 20 health. I have like 30 health. Okay, yeah, no, I died. You got me. Where do I restart? Is it a checkpoint type situation? It is. Oh wow. It is load save. They are not fucking around, actually. Not fucking around. We should save more often. Am I already in the... Oh. Damn it. I did not save since getting the suit. Tell me I can skip cutscenes. I am clicking every button I have. Nothing's happening. Great. Okay. Well, lesson learned. This game is not fucking around. Save when you have the chance. Save early, save often. I wonder if we would have had to redo that whole part that was like an hour long if we had died after like getting the power on. That's insane if so. To the point where I'd say like, yeah, there should have been a save station down there next to the thing. Maybe there's multiple choices sometimes. Maybe sometimes it's like, okay, start from the power station or start from the save station. The last time you saved, like, right. I don't know. Bike has not talked yet. I wonder is this Viola's final form? Or like do you get like a more advanced Viola after you finish the registration gimmick? We're going for the registration gimmick, folks. We're going the distance. We're doing the thing. We're compatible. Yeah, wasn't it like red in the trailers and all that? Like it was red. Oh god, you have to wait for the whole thing to finish. Go through the whole... Do like 5 stages of acceleration. Turn around, Samus. Go ahead and do a save real quick before you go out on your merry way. I don't want to have to do that again. I don't want to see any of those cutscenes again, honestly. Now I'm saving too much. I'm saving after every 2 seconds, but... Interact is B because I changed the shoot button to B, but confirm is still A. There we go. I got it. This is a regular thing you have to get used to sometimes. Remap the controls, be how you like them. So far, I feel like this bike feels a lot like I'm gonna say like a bike transport system in a first-person shooter, which is what it is. And like, yeah, no, I compare it to like Halo, that sort of thing. I don't think it's quite on the level of like, oh, fun. Also, my control scheme changes went back as well. That's fine. You know what? I'm more used to this. Feel like I was kind of struggling a little bit, just changing gears a little bit, remembering like what buttons to press, etc. This is a better way to go. Also, is this just a save station? There was a save station right outside that fight that we could have used. Well, I didn't know there would be a really hard fight just inside. So, lesson learned. Does look like a motorcycle helmet as well. Reminds me of like a motorcycle / bike helmet in the back. Has some like protruding elements. Was it this way? This is where we went last time, right? Last time. I don't know. I don't think we got that much other than like we saw some areas. So really, it's no big loss. With motion controls, you really gotta like. You can't just like do errant movements unless you hold down RZ, in which case it's fine. You can do it. Samus starts getting confused. Yeah, these guys do 30 damage each. Kind of a lot. You know, I do think this game is harder. This game might be... Well, honestly, if I had to bet right now, I would say second easiest in the series. As far as the main four go. Hunters is more annoying than hard, I would say. If I had to guess, I would say that this game will fall harder than Metroid Prime 3, but still easier than the other two, which, to be honest, are way overtuned. The thing about 3 is it has the super mode thing that kind of trivializes any fight that you want to use your hyper mode on. You can really just, like, at any point be like, I spend an energy tank, and now I just kill everything in front of me. There's no point at which that doesn't work, basically. So, yeah, this second fight with these guys went a lot cleaner. That went a lot cleaner that time. Ooh. I got an update for Demon School. We'll talk about it on Friday, I'll say, but I'm not super hot on it after playing a little bit more. Feel like I'm tiring of it. Feel like it's a lot to push through. Feel like it's a long game that I don't have time for. I do think it's really cool, though. I like its story, I like its characters. But, like, yeah, the puzzle stuff is getting harder at a rate where I am just not, it's not clicking. And if I have to ever retry a thing in that game, I'd rather not. I'd just rather not. I could go back and do a save every battle with these guys, considering this guy looks like a boss. I should probably scan him. He's like an enemy summoning boss. Like, oh, it's so weird sometimes, you know. You don't just undo scan mode by going in, by just firing off a shot because you got the control shot. So you gotta remember to undo it. I do wish the psychic mode was more obvious. You know, the scan visor in the original game was like a big obvious rectangle, you know, you can't miss it. Whereas, this is just literally brackets versus the other sorts of brackets. You know, curly or flat brackets versus slanty brackets. I don't even know the words that differentiate them. Also, when you're targeted on, it's a third type of thing. Too subtle. Too subtle. Should be a bigger indicator. That guy just do 100 damage. We gotta be on toes here. On our toes. This guy is trouble. Get a scan in. Where is he? I don't see him. Oh. Oh, there is a, you know, I can use the radar. Back away. Fuck you! He literally teleported on top of me. What was I supposed to do there? Okay, this time we'll backtrack to do the save after we fight the mobs, because fuck that. And like a thing right now, here's the thing I do think right now, just like apropos of nothing. The fact is, Glower rating with a party of 78. Holy shit! How you doing? Were you what are you up to, Glower? How you doing? Hey everyone! Look at how many rockets have just went across. You were also playing Prime 4? This is Prime 4. If you were also doing that, let me shit. I'm doing the motion controls right now, so it's gonna be hard for me to let me untether. Put this gun. You were doing Pape? Ah, Paper Mario. Excellent. Let me put my controller down and do a shout out to you. I appreciate that. That's the biggest raid we've gotten in a long time. Let me copy your name. Oh my god, the Twitch thing kind of makes it hard to copy a name right now. For the purposes of doing a shout out. I think this will work. Oh, you know what? I can just copy the part where it says you are rating. Okay, I can just do that. Learning. Shout outs. Check out Glow. We're just playing Paper Mario. Excellent. I am doing Metroid Prime 4. Been talking about it. I'm like, it is what, like 2:41? We've been going around like 3.5 hours. I have gotten to a challenging boss fight that I just died on multiple times. I was about to say, in a fit of frustration, that like, I'm kind of like put out that there's kind of been not that much in the way of like optional things I can get. Like, far as I know, there's not like an energy tank I'm missing that I could get to make this battle, this fight, easier. If you catch my drift, but I think we'll be able to do it if I just use skill. I'll say so far, it really does feel like a sequel to Metroid Prime 3 in particular. Like, that is what I would make the comparisons to right now. Especially because, like, personally, I've been playing with the motion controls. I just feel like that's the best way to get a good aiming reticle. And also, like, you have full access to all your buttons while being able to aim at the same time. You know, use your jumps, use your morph ball, use your missiles, everything. I set it up basically as close as you can get to Prime 3. Unfortunately, depending on like how you feel about the old style controls, you cannot do old style controls in this. So like the traditional looking left and right with the left stick, that's gone. You can't get it. Unlike remastered, it's just not an option. But it is, I feel like, somewhat designed around like some like more it is designed around like aiming while you're locked on, like Metroid Prime 3 was, so I do think it might be a little awkward if you were depending on that. We could also, you know, now might be a good time to try the stick controls. Maybe, like, if I could just get used to dual stick, which is obviously, you know, not a way that Metroid has ever worked before. Metroid Prime has ever worked before, like the remastered edition, which I'll say I play too many randomizers of the original games to get used to the new way they work. So, like, I will never, like, adjust to, like, a control scheme that does not have, you know, attacking on the face buttons and, like, jumping on B. Or, you know, like, the equivalent of GameCube B. I don't think that's for me, but I could try, and maybe that would make this boss fight easier. Boss fight coming up. Maybe we should give it a try. That sounds like an idea, honestly. Okay, good. We got past these guys. Can we backtrack and hit up the save real fast? Let's backtrack if we can, because I don't want to do that fight again. Yes, that's going up. We want to go back up. How's your stream? How's your Paper Mario? You've been doing glitchless. Last far as I've seen recently. A lot of glitchless last year, or feels like it's been like a year or so since you started doing that, rather than like an any percent or like, you know, some other category like all cards or all that. I love how many categories that I love, you know, I'll say, like, as far as speedruns go, I tend to like a little bit of variety, you know. I like to know, like, okay, you know, these rules, this goal has this route. You know, I find that all the different routing and stuff to be very interesting, and I feel like Paper Mario just has, like, some of the most interesting routing as far as, like, managing what chapter you're on, as far as, like, you know, in some cases backing up to a previous state of the game so you can do X, Y, Z. I find all that logic to be very interesting, you know, as interesting as something like... Do people, like, think of Paper Mario in the same breath as, like, they think of, like, Ocarina of Time like, speedrun type things go? Like, that game also is one where they have, like, figured out so many interesting tricks, so many interesting, like, strats, and, you know, there's just so much, depth there, so much, in the way of... People have figured out a ton. Let's try switching back to this, and also let me adjust this to be more what I want it to be. Which is to say, like, morph ball on B, jump on thing. I'm gonna put this there, and I guess we'll have Viola on X. It really feels weird to jump with the triggers, but if I could get used to this, yeah, I guess this is probably... Oh, and motion control and the triggers in this, I just don't think they work. It doesn't mix quite. My hands just want to go off the stick immediately. My hands just want to go to the buttons because that's how Metroid Prime has been played for generations. But again, let's adjust. Let's adapt. Whenever I'm playing this off stream, if I'm playing it in handheld mode, this is like the only way to do it. It's kind of a shame because I think that this is the way I like least, but I will fully admit, it is a lot less tiring, and, you know, versus, like, having to keep the cursor like this. I'll usually, like, just rest it on my knee. That's, like, a pro tip for y'all. Rest on your knee or something. Do like a this. Oh, I switched back. Forgot. Remember? Triggers. My brain just doesn't want to use the triggers to aim. Or use the stick to aim. I'm just constantly, like, jumping back the button because, like, oh, you know, I need to press the A button to shoot. No, they're also on the triggers. Muscle memory of 20 years, man. It's hard to And like, wait, to do it like a jump while locked on, I have to use the L while holding down the left trigger. That doesn't make sense. That's weird. Really? Hold down L? I guess at that point, like, switch to using the buttons for jumping at least, because you are, like, locked on, you know, so you are, like, aiming, you are strafing. Try to scan that guy, considering he is some sort of boss, and we don't want to, like, lose the chance to, I mean, I probably have already missed some one-off dudes already. I noticed that when you're in scan modes, you don't have a radar, so that's fun. I can't, like, see where he is. This guy already killed us once, but so far this is going fine. I mean, I'll say we have gotten, like, 0 damage on him. We're just trying to, like, scan him right now. Christ. Let's read the scan entry real nice and carefully. Maybe it has a hint about what to do when he warps in. Maybe just, like, keep on the move. Keep moving and avoid, like, standing still long enough for him to jump in on you. That's all the entry says. What does it say in the logbook? It is a battle model equipped with, yeah, that's what it said. Due to production cost, they only made the prototype. Both arms are equipped with plasma blades. During combat, it'll cross its arms in the air to launch an X-shaped one. Then teleport near the enemy and spin its upper thing. It'll also send combat instructions to maintenance tanks. Maintenance tanks? That is a particular designation of tank. Okay. So after the X, that's when he's warping in, or... It is easier to, like, let go and, like, not think about moving the camera when you're locked on, when you're using the stick to move, to aim. I'll also say there is also the option of, like, the mouse controls, which were not activating for a second there on my leg. I am finding them to be... They are very responsive, the mouse controls, I'll say that much. Like, it is pretty fast and... Oh my god, good, okay. It is pretty fast and responsive to, like, you know, you can really, like, aim really fast and accurately with the, assuming you got it down and you know, got a feel for it. The mouse controls are pretty powerful and good, but I just kind of find them a little bit more cumbersome than just using a stick. Or, alternatively, using the similarly accurate motion controls. Let's switch back. I think motion controls are just the way for how I like to play this game. But, yeah. And here's the control scheme, by the way. I'll show the control scheme that I've landed on after 4 hours-ish of this game. I put the switch visors on plus. I think let's switch that to have that on R, because it is a little weird having it on the plus. Minus is where it was on the Wii, so I wish I could put it there, but I can't, so what are you gonna do? I'm putting the basic gun on B, the missile on X, jump on Y, and toggle morph ball on A. Basically, it's GameCube style, with B being the A button and Y being B, and then your top button is your X. So, you know, that's how I like it, how it's always been, and it makes sense to me. and lock on and all that is pretty intuitive, pretty self-explanatory. Excellent. That boss took me multiple times, so I'm going to like just like very carefully go get a save. So far, I'd say that I am enjoying this game. I feel like some of the issues have been less of an issue. I mean, I'll say, like, anytime that NPC talks, the one that has gotten a bum rap, I am annoyed, but also, honestly, Metroid Prime 3 had a similar amount of NPCs in it. Honestly, it's not that different from Metroid Prime 3, except unlike in 3, when they go down and die, it's not just like, "Oop, well, you let 4 out of 8 of them die. That's fine, but if you had let one more die, ooh, we would have to game over you. We would have to have started the assault sequence over again." You know. It's at least lets you pick them up, and as a result, it's going to be a little easier when you're doing the bullshit bad parts, but they are bullshit bad parts, to be clear. I think they're not great, those parts where, fucking Miles McKenzie or whoever in future portions of the game follows you, and you do a little escorting. I'm really glad this part hasn't had any escorting. I think that's been lovely. I will also say, it hasn't really, like, I feel like it hasn't really opened up. I feel like it's pretty linear right now. I feel like, I don't know, like, if we look down into the shafts there, if there's going to be, like, multiple paths, but no, not really. Like, you can see, like, every room in the next couple are just, like, they have one exit and one entrance. I think you could do better than that, but whatever. I feel like it could opened up by now. I feel like we could be exploring a little more freely, but it's fine and fun and good. I do wonder how this suited this is going to be to randomization. That's like my one worry right now is like when you do the randomizer of this, are you going to be stuck in like linear hallways? Are you going to be able to branch out? Maybe they could do something where like, oh, you start with the Violi, you start with the hub area open, so whenever you get a, you know, they could do like they did with Metroid Fusion and with what both of the Metroid Fusion randomizers did, and just like start with it more open than it otherwise would be. But I don't know. The psychic stuff is alright too. Mostly it just seems to come as an extension to the scan visor. Basically, like, in addition to scanning, you can like grab something with telekinesis, which is fine. You know, it's like, okay, it just makes the scan visor more useful, gives it more purposes, and makes it less ignorable, and also makes it so that there's less stuff that you have to do with the scan visor, that it's just like, you scanned a terminal, and the terminal said, "Thank you very much, I opened a thing for you." There's still, I think we just did that, literally just did that, but there's less of it than in previous games. There's still some amount of it. And scanning is still pretty important, I would say. Here's gonna be a situation where we make our psychic bomb. Then, problem with remapping controls is then you forget what you fucking remap them to. Need to remember to do that. Wish the scan visor was more obvious. What was it? I forget how different the scan visor was in Metroid Prime 3. I feel like it was more subtle, but this is the difference between the scan visor here and the regular visor. Psychic visor, technically. Here's the regular visor. You can see it has sort of like angled brackets. Here's the scan visor. It has like slightly different brackets. That's it. Also, the lighting changes a little bit. Things get highlighted. I like the big, massive rectangle in the original games. That was really intuitive and impossible to miss. No. And I also like things like the X-ray and the heats and, you know, a bunch of different ones of them. We're going to... Oh, I think I know what we're doing now. I guess we already, like, lit up one of these power things by making it do a thunder rod situation. A lightning rod situation. I think one of the things in, like, the hub said that there were 3 of them. So I'm guessing this is 2 of 3. But also it seems like once we get the boost ball, we can leave. So, like, okay, fine, I'll avoid the lightning. Won't just let it hit me. Once we get the boost ball, I think we can leave. If I'm not mistaken, I feel like it's time to get a boost ball. Maybe not. Maybe all the boost balls we've seen on the way. We do have to get up somehow. And I bet how we get up will be boost ball. Hello. That was a lot of damage. Just scan this dude. These guys have to be destroyed at the same time. I know what that means. That means I need to use the control beam. Control beam will fly towards targets. Oh, okay. The game means those ones. Particular. Am I going to take damage while I'm in this mode? No, I'm fine and good. We got this. We know what to do. Do you think he's vulnerable now? Yeah, I think anytime he's got like 3 balls surrounding him, they are vulnerable. Oh, if I hit one of the extra balls, that costs... Interesting. So when I'm locking on, it's sort of free. Okay, I probably should have given him the business during that. So if I want to just... Okay, I know what to do now. So use the lock on to... Fuck you. How am I supposed to dodge these things when I'm literally guiding a missile? Literally guiding a missile. I don't have time to dodge. That's funky. There we go. I gotta switch out of fucking scan mode. Start just firing upon him. Yeah, like, if there was a more obvious indicator of, like, you're in scan mode, genius. You know, like, a big fuck-off rectangle, like in the original 2 games that did it that way. That'd be a lot more intuitive. That'd be a lot harder to forget. Feel like that's Boost Ball. Feel like it's time for Boost Ball. Nope. Okay. Launcher things. I feel like the promotion for this could have explained, like, a thing or two about, like, what the hell the psychic gimmick really amounted to. You know, if they had just said, like, yeah, it's like the scan visor, but instead of scanning a terminal every time, you're scanning objects and they appear. You know, it really makes the scan visor a lot more relevant, a lot more of the main visor, by giving it, like, a bunch of extra functionality. Like, that makes sense. Honestly, it's a good direction for it to go, but all they were like is like, ooh, you'll get all sorts of psychic abilities and do all sorts of stuff. It's like, okay, will it be good? I don't know, but it will be different. Okay, you're being a little vague there, trailer. You know, they couldn't just have a person do an interview. Oh, hey, there's Stylus, the main antagonist of the game. Talk to me, dude. What's up? Hey, okay. I should do a scan on this dude. We just had like 2-3 really pretty hard fights. So... Wait, what did it just say? Did it say there was a psychic jammer on him? You don't get a log entry? He is kind of bigger than us. Just like a little bit, looks like. But he is just a dude. Slightly bigger than average dude, but like a dude. Kind of cramps my hand to hold down the, like, lock in the no motion controls button. And also be pressing the B button. And also have access to the jump button as well on Y. Which I'll say I have remapped, but, you know, I don't think the default would be any less, weird. I think Stylus is like your Dark Samus. Honestly, kind of wish... Maybe this would have been, like, you know, betrayal of, like, the last 3 games, obviously, where, like, Dark Samus and Phazon were all defeated and all that, but if they had just done, like, somehow Dark Samus returned, like, Palpatine, you could build a story around that. You could do it like some other returning villains of recent years. You could just say, like, oh, shit, you know, instead of Stylus being up to something, what if it was like, Dark Samus is still around, Samus. I know that Phazon was destroyed. Spoilers for Metroid Prime 3, I guess. Am I supposed to do something here? Hang on. It seems like this has been going on an awful while. Maybe this is a morph ball situation. Yeah. Nope. Well, maybe not. Let's scan. Okay, yeah. Morph ball bombs. He really doesn't unmorph for long. Does he have, like, all of his abilities from, like, Hunters? All the Hunters in Hunters had, like, an ability to turn into a morph ball type thing, as well as an ability to, like... Well, basically, they all had equivalents to, like, what Samus does, because they're multiplayer characters designed for, like, when the multiplayer mode, essentially. Hunters is not a good game, if you're wondering, if you never played it. If, you know, you were looking at an AYN Thor and thinking like, oh, you know, this will be a good chance to play some old games never played. Hunters is real bad. It's boring. Its main problem is it's boring, but also it's frustrating. The missions are too long and just entirely linear. Just like literally walking through corridors with one entrance and one exit. As I think about it, and you know, this game has not opened up yet. Is that, am I describing this game as well? No, this game's better than that. These are fun corridors that are interesting, and also the controls are not as good as the original games, I don't think, but they're certainly a damn sight better than Hunters. Hunters, you know, was an early touchscreen game where the touchscreen gimmick was the point, and also was trouble. There we go. That's a Dark Samus. That's a Stylus. It'd be, you know what I'll say? What's going on there? It was just like a fake? It was just like a regular-ass robot? Okay. Or was that like some substitution type magic? You know, like a ninja does. That was a fake. It'd be cool if they revealed... You know, I mentioned that, like, Dark Samus. That would be a cool twist. It'd be a cool twist if, like, it's not Stylus at all, actually. Or Stylus this whole time has been Dark Samus. But, disguised somehow. Why would Dark Samus disguise themselves? And also work as a bounty hunter for a bit. Maybe it's a, like, a body snatchers type thing. Maybe, wasn't always Stylus, but, took over Stylus's life for, reasons unknown. Could be a dark Stylus, like, whatever psychic energy took over Stylus's body. He was like a good guy in some of the previous games, right? I'm surprised we didn't get Morph Ball. Or Boost Ball. Really expecting a Boost Ball. How many fights do you want me to do, game? I mean... Obviously, keep on doing fights until the end of the game. That's like a lot of the ideal, but... It seems wild to do more fights after a literal mini-boss. You put the mini-boss at the end of the gauntlet, not in the middle. Not second to last. And like, Stylus being the main villain. Like, as many boss as you get. Maybe the idea is like, oh, it was just another poser. Just a Cybot soldier. But he had a lot of abilities that I think the real one probably might have. Also, like, wait, if we're thinking that, like, Stylus wasn't involved there, and it was just like a bot disguised as Stylus, why would a bot disguise as Stylus? That doesn't make sense. Or was he trying to... Was it trying to, like, freak out Samus? Like, oh no, Stylus is here. I gotta be careful. Stylus is here. Oh no, Stylus. Remember from earlier in the game when he had, like, some Metroid friends? That's, like, the plot. Hey, buddy. I see the doors open. I'm just gonna go for the door. Jesus Christ, they did a lot of damage while I was in that room. I'm just gonna go for the door, actually. Thanks, but I'm fixed good as far as enemy gauntlets go. I've gotten enough of them for now, thanks. Time to hit up a save, Jesus. If we really would have just lost all of our progress, like, from... I definitely wonder if there was, like, some sort of inter-checkpoint there. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the lightning, the power station turning on serves as a checkpoint, because that was probably, like, a half hour of... Well, what time is it now, I guess? It's like 3 o'clock, 3:15. That was probably like 20 minutes minimum of like enemies, encounters, etc. Like, not insignificant amounts of stuff to do. I think let's get our registration. I think whatever that is, it doesn't... Wait, is this a thing that opens with, like, 3 missiles? No, whatever it is, it's something else. Let me scan this. It's probably saying, like, there's just one more thing to turn on. Access to the 3rd tower is now granted. Jeez, I hope this is a quick tower. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. Let's finish off this section of the game. Let's go get to the desert. I'd like to get to the desert. I'd like to drive around for a second. And then we can, that was not a dramatic camera thing, that was just me not thinking about how motion controls is how it's working right now. And remember, I'm using the motion controls. Activate the map station to activate the shutter? This one also looks like a whole thing. Geez, I hope that future areas get less linear. I feel like we should just drive to the next area and just look at the map, at least, to have some idea of, like, where this is going. How linear this is going to be. Because, like, yeah, no, it hasn't... 3-4 hours in. Feel like we've gotten a lot of stuff. Feel like we've started. It's gotten challenging, I'll say that much, but as far as like oh, this might be a driving one in particular. Maybe this one we drive the whole way. Oh, that'll be cool. Okay, let's do some driving then. Bike in an elevator. That's... looks a little goofy. Okay, we gotta do a time trial. Viola time trial. I think this'll be like one of the last things we do. I want to get out of here. I want to see the desert, and if we could just pop the head into the next area, maybe like find a map or something, maybe we could get an idea like, okay, come on. Are we opening up here? Does this game go wide? I mean, I don't mind, like, the structure of these original games, but, like, you know, Metroid Prime and 2 and 3, they both opened up. and let you go like multiple places at any given time. You know, they all had forks in the road within the first 5 hours. Like, so far, I'd say this would be a very crap game to randomize. It's just not suited to it. Not bad, by any means, but I like a Metroidvania-ass Metroidvania, you know? If I'm gonna play a Metroidvania, it needs to Metroidvania. It needs to be a Metroidvania. I mean, I would like it to be, I guess. This is kind of awkward. The boost is on B and the accelerate is on A. So you sort of have to... yeah. Let me remap this shit. Remap it now. I want... Christ, yeah, no. Put it on... Put accelerate on B. Put boost on Y. There we go. That's much nicer on my fingers, on my hands. And yeah, projectiles, just go ahead and put that on A, I guess. I don't know. Could also put it on triggers, like... Why not? This is a tutorial. This is just pretty straightforwardly a tutorial. Not that much to it, turns out. Not like a challenge, it's just like, hey, do the bike stuff. I feel like the bike is gonna be like a big gimmick of the game. I guess the psychic and the bike, those are the two things that's hanging its hat down. I like the ship. I guess maybe power slide. After boosting, press Y to power slide. Oh yeah, it's like a... It's like the famous movie. Yeah, Samus Aran did a thing from that that anime. Yeah, okay, makes sense. That's a thing that makes sense given very popular. One of the associations people have with motorcycles. Is that like one of the main things people have with motorcycles? I feel like every time, half the time, someone's on a motorcycle in a game, in media, etc., they're doing the slide business. Are we done? Are we good? Oh, we gotta, like, accelerate. More trials? More trials. Wasn't it? Was it white in the the thing in the trailers and everything? I don't know. I thought it was red and matching the suit, but maybe that's like the final version of it. Oh boy, more trials. Scan the flying targets. Okay. You can scan while driving. Okay, it's really awkward to press a face button while holding down accelerate. And if you let go of accelerate... Okay, for Viola, we need a different thing. Fire projectile. That's not gonna cut it. How's the game so far? It's alright, it's good. Break / scan. Let's put that on. I won't be able to reset the thing, but it's more convenient. It's alright. I do think so far it's been a little bit linear. Like, I'm really worried. I'm like 4 hours in, and so far it's mostly just been like rooms with one entrance and one exit that don't really give you like any room to explore or do things in different orders or go even for like side things, but I'm pretty sure it will eventually open up. The NPC guys have turned out to be less of a concern. It's almost more just on the level of like Metroid Prime 4 or Metroid Prime 3, where it's like they're annoying, but you only see them for like some of the time, and it's basically the equivalent of a guy who calls you and says like, "Hey Samus, you need a tutorial?" And you'll say no, and they'll just fuck off. It feels good to play. I wish that it had the classic controls, but the motion controls are perfectly good. I didn't care for the mouse or dual stick controls, but you know, so far I'd say I'm enjoying it, and I'm looking forward to play more. You saw a review that said it's mostly a linear game? Ah. Yeah, that's my concern so far, is that it has not opened up like at all. Like, so far I would not describe it as a Metroidvania. It's more on the level of, like, the new Shinobi game, where it's like, there are power-ups, there are abilities, there are new things, but the only thing you get for backtracking isn't, like, more progression. It's literally just, oh, you can go get some extra collectibles or something, you know, if you come back with the right item. And maybe even not that often will that be actually required of you. I'm a little concerned that might be right, but I avoided reviews. I didn't really read them. I wanted to go in blind and form my own impressions, and as a result, I have just been in a state of like, for the last like 4 hours. I'll say linearity was definitely a concern I've had. You know, I probably should have set it up top, like when we were starting the stream, and then the game had not come out. Like, there's the NPC stuff. You know, for the final test. Okay, excellent. Final test here. You know, up front, I was very much like, okay, you know, there's the NPC stuff that I've heard is annoying. You know, there's the desert not having music unless you buy an amiibo. That sounds weird. And there's also the end game not having a point of no return that you can save after borking your save if you want to go for 100%. Like, those three things are concerns that I've had. But, like, now that I played it, like, I definitely should mention, like, yeah, linearity is, like, the other big concern. You know, going into this, I have said, like, multiple times, like, they have not explicitly said that this is a Metroidvania. They have not explicitly said that you will have to explore the world and backtrack to find the way forward and, you know, find the next path, get the item that you need. They explicitly have not said that, and that is a concern, you know? They haven't said how open it is, and, 4 hours in, not very. I had Bonanza and Mario Kart, and a couple other. Technically, Fortnite is a Switch 2 version. Yooka-Replay is technically Switch 2. God. Is Lego Party Switch 2? I'm honestly not sure like how you can tell the difference these days between a Switch and a Switch 2 version. Minecraft is still Switch 1. They gotta get a Switch 2 version of Minecraft pronto. Silk Song, is Silk Song Switch 2? So Silk Song might be technically Switch 2. I am not certain. Is Silk Song Switch 2? I have a normal amount of Switch 2. Hades 2. That's a Switch 2 version. Oh, it does say there Switch 2 edition. Pokemon Legends. I have a good amount of Switch 2 games. Donkey Kong Bonanza, of course, can't forget Donkey Kong Bonanza. I got a good amount of them. So far, I'd say I have my concerns, but I'm having a good time. And other than the linearity, I wish it had the classic controls with the, GameCube style controls. The Wii style controls are good enough for me. I don't care for the other ones. Am I using filters? Hello, USA is life. And USA's life says, is this streamer naturally that hot, attractive, and sexy, or using filters? I do have a good lighting setup, as far as that goes. I think there might, I forget if, like, this camera is just really good, or if I have to do any sort of, like, adjusting of the contrast or anything, but if there are filters, it's stuff like, oh, I just need the brightness to be higher, the contrast, that stuff. Paul says he is always hot and sexy. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate the assessment. Let's finish the tutorial, and we'll bum around the desert a little bit and just poke the head into what the next zone is. You need to delete Twitch from your girlfriend's phone. She might cheat on you. That seems like an unrealistic, you know the thing. You know the thing about, like, Twitch is that everyone's really far away. It's hard to treat on people when the other person is really far away. I say that. Aren't people now, like, getting into relations with AI? Which is, like, the most non-material you can ask for. The most non-material kind of, like, being you can be in a relationship with. Long distance, by comparison, that's like, at least with long distance, you can, like, hold some sort of hope that, like, oh yeah, someday we might, go to Universal Studios or something, something fun. Disney, tilt the teacups ride. Why do I sound American? Because I am American. There you go. I'm in, DFW, Texas. I don't know when that happened, USA is life. That's a good question. I think we're done here. I think it's time to leave and, get our certification. See the desert. Do we get the boost ball? Texas is alright, I don't know. I mostly live here because my family does. It's also, we got pretty decent roads. Not the best politics, but whatever, what are you gonna do? Pretty good roads, pretty good, I like a Whataburger. I like the restaurants we have. Austin is loved, Dallas is loved, Houston is loved. Paul is in Texas too. It's a big state. A lot of people live here. Can I, what are we doing? Where are we? What are we doing here? Huh? When in doubt, scan visor. Doubt, scan. Oh! There's literally a thing you can jump over. Excellent. You live in SA? San Antonio. That's what SA stands for. That's where Fiesta, Texas is, right? That's where Fiesta, Texas is. I went to Fiesta, Texas once. It was really good. I really liked. I think you got a better Six Flags than us. Even though Over Texas was the first one. Lot better. I mean, we'll see it. They're about to open a new ride next year sometime. Are they? How far along is that? The construction on their new record breaker, Over Texas's record breaker. I'm very interested to ride that, honestly. I do manage that. USA is life. Yes, I do keep Texas hotties off me. Somehow I manage. I think that is a very rare problem to have. You know, basically constrained to like that episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer where Xander cast a spell. Was it Xander that cast a spell? No, I think Willow cast a spell on Xander that made him super attractive. It wasn't like a, oh, I'm gonna do it to myself because I think that'd be fun. It wasn't that situation. He wasn't like going like, ooh. That did happen a couple times. Once more feeling comes to mind. Is this the area's big boss fight? I think this might be the second of, yeah, I think this is the second key. I think this might be the second key. Maybe. Unclear. This definitely looks like a area boss, situation. Yeah, it's fused with a Metroid. That's no good. Okay, what are we doing? Are we shooting the balls? Are we shooting the green? Yeah, we're shooting the greens. Oh, I bet we're shooting the we're shooting him in the ball. Oh, also, there was a lot of talk up front. Some yonic imagery in this game. I feel like there's been a little less recently. Like, you know, if you don't know what yonic means. Would it help if I said Volvic instead? Would that help? That might help. That definitely, like, paints more of a picture. There's been a few less, Yonic-style doors the last hour, but, they've been around. And, you know, it's a sci-fi thing to do. Like I said, like I've been saying, it's not a problem. It's just funny to note. And go like, yeah, well, you know, that door. Have I said the word clitoris this stream? There have been doors with clitorises. There's just, no way around it. Like, you know, on a tier list, right? I've seen, God, there was like a tier list of like AI logos where the tier list was based around like, okay, how much do they look like a vagina? And like, there's AI logos out there with clitorises, with the whole hood, you know, the whole situation. Clitoral hood? I think that's the technical term. Clitoral hood. They go for it in this. Jeez, this dude has a lot of health. We have, like, barely made a scratch on him. I probably should be busting out more missiles. Oh boy, okay. I do not do crypto. nor am I married. Not interested in AI much. I think it is I am definitely on the anti-AI side of things. Not really all too terribly comfortable with like how fast it has gotten embraced and all that. And you know, I do think that there are a lot of issues with it, especially as it's taking up resources and power and whoa, okay. Why is it telling me to place a morph ball bomb? Have I been transformed? I can't untransform here. Weird. I'm pretty sure I can't. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, hang on. My settings. What the hell? Why? When did? Wait, if I change the shoot, toggle morph ball and fire projectile have to be the same button? Oh, that sucks. That's really bad, considering that the ergonomics of resetting the camera cursor and firing a projectile, these controls kind of suck. There's some real issues with the controls, I'll say. Also, like, how the hell do you expect me to double tap L while holding down LZ? Doesn't really make sense. We are at the last 100. Control issue or skill issue? More of a button mapping issue. Just like, it's kind of uncomfortable to have to hold down the, why do you have to hold down a... I'm confused by these instructions here. What exactly it's asking me to do. It is giving me energy. I'll say, like, this is not a not nice boss. Like, as you're destroying the stuff, it is giving you the means to keep on fighting. You think that is good. This is a really well put together Metroid Prime 3 style boss. It's just that I've had so few opportunities to look for, like, extra health tanks, extra missiles. Well, I guess missiles, who gives a fuck, right? That's not that big of a... I'm a little low on everything, honestly. Wish I could be more business. What the hell? I dashed to avoid those fuckers, but they're still hitting. Maybe I need to, like, go into morph ball mode and just, like, dodge that way. At any rate, it's giving us enough energy to keep on fighting, keep on doing. Oh, got it. Okay, I think I just need to dodge. Well, obviously I just need to dodge, but the question is, like, how particular the best way to do so. Oh, crap. Okay, so you want to get out the ground to... That's why you have to do morph ball, because he's holding you to the ground when electricity's on you. Cool, we got back up to full health. Let's go. Yeah, Morph Ball is the way to dodge these. Just dashing. Well, Morph Ball isn't perfect either. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Unmorph. I feel like with Dread, you know, it's been said before that Dread, by like YouTubers and other people, that Dread is like a really excellent example of a Metroidvania, you know? They really figured out ways to make it intuitive, where to go, how to proceed, etc., and make it so that you don't get lost as much as you could do if you weren't being, like, gently prodded in the right direction in the whole big open world. And I think it is kind of disappointing to find that this one sort of errs on the side of linearity. You know, I do wonder if, like, just... No, yeah, it wasn't the Metroid Prime people who started this game's development. It was some new team, and when that was handed over, they handed over the bones of a linear game. You know, something that's been, like, robbed of its structure. And also has things like, the NPC emphasis, and, the motorcycle, and the desert that's empty. You know, a bunch of those ideas feel like are missing the point a little bit, you know? Like, it's the thing that a Metroid Prime needs to be, and the thing that, like, Metroid Prime Hunters very particularly is not, and is, like, one of the cardinal sins of Metroid Prime Hunters in particular, is it needs to be a Metroidvania. And if it's not... Xenos is almost dead, by the way, so that's good. If it's not, that's a bad thing. There we go. We got it. We killed it. That was a good boss. Wish I had more health going in, and like the ability to go get more health, but it dropped enough health kits and all that to keep me good and keep me in high spirits. Double jump, looks like we got. I really thought we'd be getting Boost Ball. I thought Boost Ball would be the way out of here. I'm sorry, did I say gravity boots? I meant psychic boots. And that's both a double jump and also you can stand on psychic platforms. Did I literally say psychic boots earlier? I might have literally said psychic boots earlier when I was talking about standing on those platforms. I probably said magic boots. I should have said psychic boots. Shit. That was such a obvious thing. Everything is psychic in this game as the term. Like, most everything. The bombs are psychic. Your beam is psychic. Honestly, I don't know if you're going to get a beam upgrade because... You already got the psychic beam. That's like the gimmick. What else can you get? The viola beam? The bike beam? It'd be cool if it was like a, you know... I do think there is room for, like, changing how these games work, right? Or, like, doing extra things in addition to what they do before, right? Like, the space jump is cool, but what if it was, like... After you do the space jump, hold down the button and you'll do like a Peach hover situation. I guess that's kind of what the gravity boost underwater thing from Metroid Prime 2 already does to a certain degree. But you know what I mean, right? Like, there's other options for like what a magic, what psychic boots could be. But I think it's cool. I don't know. It's interesting that they bundle these abilities together rather than having them be 2 separate pickups. I feel like if there were a randomizer, you could do it as 2, but also I feel like it's kind of a... The linearity is a deal breaker as far as randomization goes. There's... I feel like... The fact that the rooms don't branch at all, and there's not like a web of navigation options in these worlds, in these levels. Like, even if you could get items in a different order, it wouldn't make a difference. Activated by gazing at the head, that's weird. It also means I have to hold the controller at a very specific angle to get it to, lock in. We're like 2/5 of the game done and dusted tonight. I'm kind of shocked, just like how much it didn't open up. It's looking like linearity is just the order of the day. I heard Dan Reichert compare the game to Ocarina of Time, and I will have to read his review to see like where the fuck he's drawing that from. Maybe what he means is like, oh, it's like Metroid Prime, except there's like, you know, you go to a specific world and then you go to a different other specific world, which is like, yeah, that's Metroid Prime 2 and Metroid Prime 3. You didn't actually have to make an Ocarina of Time comparison. You know, these are not dungeons. They're too linear even to be Zelda dungeons. But like, if you wanted to make a... Combining Metroid Prime and Ocarina of Time, I have, on occasion, several times said Ocarina of Prime. Someone should make that happen, and probably come of it more as like Metroid Prime structure, Ocarina of Time controls and gameplay, Metroidvania structure. That'd be really cool, but I don't think that's what this is. Or at any rate, it's picked the wrong parts to merge in, you know. Like, Metroid Prime is great, but, like, the gameplay is not the main part. The structure is the main part, and that's the part that they've turned into a mushy mush, unfortunately, sadly. You know, there's definitely things I'm seeing where, like, oh, you can return once you get items and do more things. But it's looking like more just optional. Oh, that's the way into the... It's more looking just like optional things that you can do that you don't have to do, and in all honesty, won't do. Like, you know, fact is, for most of the things, it's like, what if you took even the... Where are we going? Check the map. Oh, we need to use the elevator to get back up to, the top floor. That's it. The elevator is correct. You just have to not go to the training courses. Wait. Test circuit security? Okay, that's a weird name for the exit, but okay. The lobby, perhaps? It's like, what if Metroid Prime 3 was linear? I'll say, like, it is a lot more interesting and good and compelling compared to, like, the likes of, Metroid Prime Hunters, which is another Metroid game that had the sin of not being a goddamn Metroid game. But The lack of Metroid-ness really bums me out. It really does. Shit, man. Still don't have the boost ball. I really thought that we would be unlocking it with this business here. The controls are a bummer. There's like 5 bummers here. If I had to give a star rating right now, like 2/5 of the way through the game, 4 out of 5. I think you gotta knock off a star for not being a Metroid Prime game. Like, someone didn't understand the assignments, is basically my, is one of my thoughts here. Like, some people really did, and they tried their best, and they made it play like Metroid, but someone didn't understand, has never heard of a Metroidvania before. A key part of it is exploration. Like, that is key in the DNA. That is, like, probably the most important thing. Can we exit now? Can we go somewhere else? Do we need to... When I was here earlier, it kind of looked like you needed to have the boost ball to exit. But maybe just a double jump will be good enough. I mean, it does look like we can get up there and get back into the... Get into this shaft now. Okay, that was it. I don't know, like, when boost ball stuff becomes a thing, but yeah. That was a really long second area. I guess I'll say it, the areas are really long. I'm not saying that they're short and all. This is probably like a 12-hour game. This is probably like a 20-hour game, all told. Let's see, we're like 2/5, it's like 4 hours. Let's say a 12-hour game. That's honestly enough for me, all told. And like, if it was suitable for randomization, that'd be a good length for just like, you know, being able to accommodate a randomizer in a good, like, single play session type deal. But, yeah. Folks, we have finished that area. The thunder struck whatever the hell. And, we're heading back out to the desert. It is pretty damn late now. It is like 4 a.m., Jesus. I did get a really big long nap before the stream, so I am not exactly, tired or anything, but I think we've seen a good chunk of this game, and, you know, at this point, we've seen like 2 of the worlds, and they've basically been pretty damn linear, which makes me concerned that, like, it will continue to be linear. Oh, also, the desert has no music.
Teleporter key. Congratulations. Looks like there's 3 keys left.
I know, right?
Decide which one to go after first.
Oh, hey, that's... Let me say, that's cool. That is interesting insofar as, like, okay, this might be the point where legitimately it does open up a bit, and now you can go around to the different areas and do them in any order that you like. But is it a do them in any order that you like situation? Or like, oh, you'll need to go get some items over here, then go back and get some items over there. You know, if it was Metroid Prime 3, it would be the go get stuff over there, go get stuff over there. You know, you're gonna need to be bouncing around to get it done. But this, I am like thinking it might be more of a go do one world, go do the next, go do the next. Maybe that's where the comparisons to like Ocarina of Time come in, where it's like, okay, you can do the Fire Temple, or the Forest Temple, or the Water Temple. No, you actually need to do one of those first 2 first, and then Water, and then at that point, I forget the order of all the logic in the 5 Adult Link. Don't you need to do the first 3 and then that opens the Shadow Temple? And also at the same time, you need to get Epona to get opponent or the hook shot to get to the desert. And you need the hook shot to get through the desert, so that one will be like one of your last two. There's more logic to Ocarina than perhaps what this is implying, but, you know, shit. Kinda lonely, the lack of music. Here, have some music. Isn't this nice? If you buy the amiibo, you can have music playing while you're running around the desert. Music like this, or perhaps even music like this. Probably not music like this. Probably not music like this. Probably all going to be Metroid music. The music has been alright, I don't know. It hasn't been, like, special or anything, but, like, it's got the Metroid vibes. Check the map. What the hell? Why is it blue? Why is it just... I mean, I know that the maps have typically been, you know, like if you... Well, actually, haven't the maps usually been, like, matched to the area? So, like, you know, it'd be, like, light blue in an area and, like, orange in another area. And since you could see all the areas at once, having them all be on the screen was, like, valuable. I guess in this case, they're all the same color, and that color is blue. And it kind of looks crap on the screen. The Wii Shop music doesn't loop, by the way. I need to figure out if I can do that. How best to do that if I want to have, like, more options to just play music randomly. Maybe just 30-minute videos is enough. Let's see what that is. That looks like something. We also do have, like, green stuff. I wouldn't mind figuring out a way to, like, cash that in. Got some green crap. If I had a strong pull, I could get that. That's phallic. That's the other thing. I think I would describe that as phallic, that tower. It has the head. It doesn't have, like, two balls or nothing, but it has sort of, like, one lumpy sack. The door, pretty yonic. That part there, that kind of looks like a vertical mouth, somewhat yonic. Less yonic than other things we've seen. Are there save stations in the the desert? It occurs to me, I don't think I've seen a save in a minute. I don't think I saved before leaving. We should find a save station and maybe call it a night. Where the hell are we? What is this point on the map? I can't tell. It's another one of the major areas. The world map is terrible. It was definitely better in Metroid Prime. 3 had a whole, like, planet map that was pretty, like, visually nice to look at and sort of gave you an idea of, like, the color of the planet. Sort of was like, you know, it was sort of like the planet itself. You sort of saw, like, a zoomed out view of the planet and, like, the general shape of the level within that planet. It's got like a bug or something. Maybe we can get up oh, hang on. It's like a launcher dealy. Maybe we need to find like an invisible platform. Ah! That's right, we just got these, boots that allow us to jump on magic platforms. Oh, hi. You guys turned on the music, huh? I was just hearing the music but not seeing anyone. I was wondering what's up. Hey. This area is just quiet. Don't worry about it. This isn't where we came from, right? This is a new area? I believe this is a new area. Let's see a little bit of the new area and find a place to save. I do have questions about the structure. I do have questions about like where it's going and how linear it is. It's opened up a little bit in this last like couple of minutes at the end here, and that is good to know, but I also worry that like it's not really opening up. It's just giving you a choice of like linear levels to do first versus second versus whatever. And if you do the later ones, you'll get more power-ups as you explore the worlds, but not necessarily, it won't be different. I bet you there's a save right up, no. This is clearly... That's another short. Maybe we'll get, like, psychic repair abilities. Oh, it releases from the opposite side. Here, maybe save room. Yep, save room. Let's just poke the head a little bit more. We just got to this area. Let's just look around a little bit and see. I assume there's gonna be some music here. How about we just, like, poke the head forward, see if there's, like, a moment where it's like, oh, you know, beautiful landscape. Wow, time for the music to start. Like Fendra Drifts. This might be aping Fendra Drifts a little bit. A little bit. What? Or maybe, like, actually, there is an order to this, and you do have to go and get an item from somewhere else. You know, hey, I'll say I did ask them to have, like, some amount of backtracking, but I do wonder, like, are all these zones gonna be pretty linear or what? Questions remain. Try to figure some stuff out real fast, and then we'll end. Try to just get a little bit of a better idea about where it's going. But we're ending very, very soon. Don't you worry. I do got work in the morning, but I did get a few hours of sleep already before the stream. Had a nice, long-ass nap. This area is confusing, and with this game not having previously thrown up roadblocks like this, I do wonder if, like, you know, it could be a thing where you do have to go somewhere else first. You do have to explore and figure out which one's first, which one's second, which one's third. I kind of wish the bike set... Here's my thought right now. Just, like, faced with that notion. I prefer the ship to the bike. I prefer just, like, fast traveling from one world to another and being able to explore them and then go like, okay, this is nothing. I'm out of here. in Metroid Prime 3 versus this one where it's like, if I want to say I'm out of here, I'm committing to going back to the desert, getting back on my bike, and driving for like 5 minutes to maybe get to another zone that I can actually make some headway into. Like, honestly, I think 3 solves more of this Metroid Prime's problems than this game does. Insofar as, like, yeah, they had a fast travel system that, you know, was kind of not that common. You know, obviously it was probably the first Metroid game to have anything really resembling that, other than maybe the teleport things at the end of Metroid Prime 2 that could shuffle you to the worlds. I think this is a dead end. I think, let's just go back out to the desert, I guess. I don't know. And, we'll end just in the desert and, stuff. Yeah, I think this is more like a Metroid Prime 3 situation, which I'll say is kind of what I'm looking for. I kind of would rather zones that force you to go in some sort of order, that force you to get some stuff from A and B, and do a little bit of exploration and like figuring out where to go next. But I would also like a functional fast travel system more than I'd like just an empty stretch of nothing that is... I feel like maybe we didn't give the desert enough like thought, consideration, etc. while we were going through it. It's kind of empty, isn't it? It's kind of just nothing. Like, I'd rather just have a fast travel system rather than just a big empty hub with nothing in it, I think. I might have screwed up, might have used the wrong entrance there. Maybe I could have unlocked the other entrance, but whatever. There's like birds. You can shoot the birds with like awkward gameplay. That's like something, I guess. But doesn't really impress me none. Doesn't really get me going. I could ask the guy if I really wanted to tip forward, but I do feel like it just makes sense to relish a opportunity for exploration. Oh hey, here's something. Let's see what this is. And then we'll end. And then we'll stop, and it'll be over. This has just been a little bit of desert, and a little bit of, the game may be opening up. I really still don't know if the game is opening up, but... Oh, I gotta use the right, beam or something to open that up. Okay, well... That's not something we can do. We can do stuff with right now. Alright, that's I think that's Metroid Prime 4. I think that's the first couple hours. I think I am satisfied with it. I say I'm satisfied with it. I think it's fun to play. It kind of feels like a sequel to Metroid Prime 3, which I do think, you know, I'd prefer to just like the aimless exploration and like less structure of Metroid Prime 1, which I feel like is what more people were hearkening for. So I guess I should be thankful that you know, this is what I got. This is what we got. Let me take these Joy-Cons off so I can stop moving the camera around as I do stuff. I guess I should be thankful that that's what I got, but at the same time, I can't help but think, I can't help but be miffed by the linearity that this game is clearly going for, and just the fact that hours and hours in, it has still not opened up. It has still not... It seems to be opening up a little bit, but after those first two very linear areas, like, I do not have that much confidence that, like, these areas will not be themselves linear slogs. I do not have confidence that, like, when I go into these zones, that I won't just be able to straight shot them.
If you're not sure where to go next, check the map.
Shut up, McKenzie. I'm ending my stream. I'm saying goodbye to the folks. Maybe we should have went somewhere where there's music, but whatever. There's like noise. It's like some ambient space sci-fi noises. Going into it, I had 3 concerns, like I said earlier. Going into it, I had the concern of the NPC stuff, which was annoying, but similarly so to, like, Metroid Prime 3 and previous instances of Metroid Prime hand-holding. I had issues with the music, which I do think is a mistake. Put some damn music in your areas. Don't be weird. And also, especially, don't put it behind a purchase. That's just extra weird. I do have some concern about just, like... Shut up! I have some concern about the endgame stuff, and 2 more concerns. Wish it had, like, better, more classic GameCube-style controls, in addition to the Wii controls and the more modern controls that I really don't care for. I feel like control-wise, it's kind of a little bit of an issue. But as a, you know, kind of fun to play it in the Metroid Prime 3 way, and that is serviceable. I also, the 5th issue would be the linearity, but other than that, other than those 5 concerns, it plays pretty well. It's challenging. The abilities are neatly designed and tie into the... and are well done. Well put together. This is a very well-playing game that I think you'll enjoy, but if you're going in expecting a Metroidvania, it's like... maybe temper expectations, maybe expect it to be more linear than not. Bummer. That's just a serious bummer. And I think it does preclude a randomizer. Not that there haven't been randomizers of linear games before, but... or games that you couldn't play out of order. You know, obviously Fusion is a linear game, but you can... you know, it has, like, open world design, open level design. Not that there haven't been randomizers of linear games before, but usually they have to have some amount of openness in the design to allow for randomizer to really work, to really play, to really, like, hit. I'm gonna keep playing it off stream. I'm gonna keep playing it off stream. I'm gonna get through it this month. I'll probably play it again on stream when it comes time for Game of the Year discussion. Or maybe I'll just say, like, you know what? It's not top 12. It's not going to make the cut. It's not even worth considering. Maybe time might be an issue in those Game of the Year streams coming up. Oh shit, did I update the schedule before the stream? I might not have done. Let's have a look here. Damn it, I did not. Well, obviously, it's no longer, last week. Obviously, we have now had the Metroid Prime, 4 stream. So, that's all done and dusted. Let me find my, docket, editable docket, so I can just, like, delete some of that real fast. Where the hell is my docket? I'm looking for my docket. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Stream. Regular stream schedule again. Schedule again. Let's go. Okay, there we go. That's good. That happened. This has happened. It is done. It is done and dusted. I'll be back on Friday as the 2 days from now, 6 p.m. Central for Mario Maker viewer levels. Then after that, I'll be doing a Sunday stream where I'll be playing Metroid Prime 2 randomizer. That'll be a bit of fun. I think I might enjoy that more than I enjoy this, honestly. I love the exploration. I love a good randomizer. And Metroid Prime 2 is a good randomizer. Half-Life 2 Episode 1. I'm going to be doing that next with the dev commentary. Next Tuesday, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to start early because I think it might take a bit to go through the whole episode. Super Metroid Rando. Following Sunday. Half-Life 2 Episode 1. Episode 1. Episode 2. Following Tuesday. More plans beyond that. See image. Let me show you the image. Here's the image. Look at that. That's how it all breaks down on a whole month basis. Thanks for the GG glower. Appreciate you sticking around and watching and all that. I'll be back on Friday with the viewer levels, the main thing that I do every Friday, and you can see that there'll be viewer levels every Friday this month. But also this weekend, Metroid Prime 2 randomizer. Next week, Half-Life 2 Episode 1. Following week, Super Metroid. Half-Life 2 Episode 2. That's all going to be very fun. There's going to be some Game of the Year streams. There'll be long streams where I revisit my favorite games of the year and start putting together in my head my Game of the Year list. Look for a bunch of them. The Sunday, the 21st, and then the 23rd. Silk Song and Bonanza, my top 2. Start trying to figure out which one of those is the top dog. I really don't know yet. We'll find out on the... Well, I'll start really thinking about it in earnest on the 23rd, I guess. Playing them back to back for a whole damn stream. I'm aiming to do the Legend of Zelda Link to the Past randomizer, like at the end of the month. I'm currently playing that and trying to beat it for the first time. And once I do, I think I'm ready to do the randomizer. I'll say, Link to the Past is really damn hard. I'm really quite shocked, like how many runbacks there are, how easy it is to run out of life, and like how hard it is to get a good source of fairies and like hearts and all that to like get back up to health at the end of a dungeon. You'd think they'd put like fairies and hearts like right before you fought the boss, like any other Zelda game, but they didn't think of that at that point. I am wondering if I might need to do like allow myself to rewind during that due to like difficulty, or maybe make a save state before a boss or something. I don't know. We'll see about that. I've beaten like Hollow Knight randomizer without any sort of cheating, so like it'd feel weird to have to do that with Link to the Past, but I don't know I'm good enough. I mean, I'll say like we've probably used like warps and other type anti-softlock prevention measures before in randomizers, so I guess my hands are not entirely clean, but you know what I mean. It'd feel weird to just literally save state around difficulty in a randomizer stream. That's part of the challenge, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Paper Mario will end out the month, and my god, I probably didn't need to go over all that. Just needed to say, like, hey, viewer levels Friday, Echoes, Metroid Prime 2, Sunday, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Tuesday. Those are the plans for the following, for the time being. Look forward to all that. I put my foot onto the controller real fast. Don't worry about it. Samus, she's fine. I will see y'all next time. Oh, geez, we've been going for like 5.5 hours. Wow, okay. It is like 4:30. Dang. Let me send the Twitch people out on a raid. Let me find a good place for Twitch folk to go. And then we will end. There's actually not that many people I know streaming right now. Could raid a Metroid Prime. Anyone doing Metroid Prime 2 right now? I wonder. I searched for Metroid Prime 2 on Twitch, and it just pulled up a bunch of people playing Metroid Prime 4. Great search feature, Twitch. Great search feature. It's way too late. I'm not gonna find anyone that I know, anyone that I could vouch for. I'll send you to... You know what? There is one person online. I just rated him. I've rated him multiple times, relatively recently. I'll send you to Handy Havoc. He is a cool dude. Is super cool at, like, self-promotion, if anyone would like to self-promote. And, that's pretty cool and chill. I'll send you his way. Thank y'all for joining me, for, watching me play some. I have my concerns, but I think I mostly had a fun night, and, was able to appreciate things about the game. I do think the psychic stuff is kind of neat. It's kind of a smart extension of the scan visor. I do think there are good things about how it plays gameplay-wise. There are also just like 5 or 6 concerns that I have. Most especially the linearity, and like, Anyway, that's gonna do it. I'll see you on Friday, 6 p.m. Central. Take it easy, y'all. Sunday after that, Tuesday after that, various times in the future after that. I'll see you any of those times. Come and hang out and watch me do stuff. Good night, folks. I'll see you on Friday. Give your love to the VOD. Short form content as well is very cool and good. I think I'll try to make some of Metroid Prime 4 before going to sleep. Maybe I should just go right to bed. I don't know. Maybe the VOD later tomorrow, actually. I don't know. Bye!